Hello? Hello? Everyone here, can everyone hear me? Okay, I'm just looking at the previous screen. I think audio is good. Okay, hello, welcome back. This is Jojo Zett-ro. Today we're playing Reverse 1999. This is gonna be part 2 of Notes on Shuori. First, before we go to the event, let me do my dailies first. Like it just normal analysis. So just don't forget all this. So gonna chip out a bit of her stamina. This is gonna be really fast.
This trial is mine to judge. Right! Change the world! Resistance is futile. Right! Pay that I sinned with thy blood.
Kind of bear with the chipmunk audio,
Pay
but
that I sinned with thy blood. Thou shalt make an atonement for thy sins in full. Resistance is futile. The law, noble or lowly, sin shall be punished. Peace and love! Peace and love! The law is above all else. Are you ready to shake? Woohoo! Release! Thou shalt make an atonement for thy sin. The law in full is above all else. Peace and love! Peace and love! Hip hip hooray!
okay. All right, now we can go back to Notes on Shuori. Anecdote means bulletin. Let's go. There's still like what 13 chapters to go. 13 stages rather. As usual, we're not gonna be doing auto because I do want to read like all the narrative stuff. A breathtaking number of animals lie within the Zett-ro, a fact that only hinders their efforts to find their companions. After weighing their options, they decided to follow Junangje and and settle in the tavern first. The weary travelers are more than eager to relieve their fatigue after journeying nonstop for so long. And they've more than earned because strange things have indeed happened to them nonstop for several days.
Madam, what do you think about Junang's words? Could that be ask in the choir?
Jumping over a broken bridge is like jumping over a canyon or climbing over a mountain. It's a condition that cannot be met, like those merchants said.
An inevitable price?
Both of them fall silent, lost in thought. However, Miss Besmert's doubts do not seem to have fallen on deaf ears, as Junongje responds while walking out from the tavern.
Are you talking about the broken bridge outside the city?
I was like, whenever I say Junongje's name, it's like I kind of like pause because I was processing. It's like, wait, did I pronounce it right? It's like, holy shit.
Oh, I'm so sorry. The chairs in the lobby have not been cleaned yet. Please take a seat here just for now.
Oh, don't worry about it. Thank you for letting us stay here. As for the broken bridge we talked about, can you tell me more about it?
When I first got here, the bridge was already broken. Beneath that is a deep canyon. Across that canyon stands the Yuan Temple. You can't see it from the other side of the bridge. It's surrounded by fog. So, I'm not sure if there really is a temple there or not.
Hold on. I'm actually hearing something. I don't know if that's like the faint sound of fireworks or it's just my headphones popping. But yeah, I can hear like something on the background. Okay.
The Yuan Temple.
They going crazy, I don't know. Am I hearing things? Did I clean my ears too much?
They say you can talk to Zhishu in the Yuan Temple. Be faithful and ask it. It will answer you. What did they call this? The divination, I think? They also said that the fog was strange. You can't stay there for long, or you'll pass out and get overexcited. Well, I haven't seen such things so far.
Hey, that's what happened.
But even so, people of that time still rushed there and prayed. Doesn't it mean that the divination is for real? After the bridge was broken, no one's wish was ever granted.
Seems odd. There was already a bridge in the first place. Why wouldn't people rebuild it in all these years?
Oh, I can answer this one. The river dried out. People couldn't swim across, and the cliffs between the mountains were too dangerous to jump over.
Wait, what?
But if one can be the new Xiangrui, the problem will be solved.
Okay.
The Xiangruis are awesome. They protect the city, help the people. There's nothing they can't do.
As she speaks, she sinks into her own personal contemplation.
Never mind. We'll check the striped horses in the Jesse again tomorrow.
Alright, I'll go with you. It's time to rest now. I got the rooms cleaned for you upstairs. And here, take the liquor with you. They can help you sleep tight. You got to have some.
Sorry, Miss Junangse. I don't drink. Neither does Madame Besmertz.
Why did you call me Miss twice?
Wait, what?
If you want some water, wait a second, please. The water jars are on the other side of the yard. I'll get it for you.
Hold on. Let me inspect it. Oh. I guess you is like an honorific. That's what I'm interpreting here.
Oh, I can do it myself. You don't have to.
It's fine. There's no light near the jar. You need to cross the stream. I'm afraid you might get lost.
Thank you.
Once the girl's voice and figure are obscured by the night, Yenisei turns to look at Bismuth. She seems puzzled or perhaps just tired.
There were so many different striped horses in the GC. I couldn't recognize them at all. We are going to get up early tomorrow. Please, have some water and go to bed.
I'm not thirsty, thank you. But I do feel like some rest.
Speaking of water, I might pull up the BRB screen after this like segment and go get some water.
Okay, I'll take you to the room.
The girl returns from fetching water, only to find Yenisei alone in the hallway. Are we gonna get a CG? Looking around and not seeing Bismuth, she walks over and naturally sits where Bismuth sat earlier.
I didn't see you from there. I thought you went to sleep.
Oh, sorry. Madame Bismuth is tired, so... Thank you for helping us.
Don't bother. Here's the water.
As she takes up the ceramic cup, Yenisei is slightly surprised. In her mind, a material like this is one of two extremes: crudeness and finesse. One of handmade rough balls used by the populace, and the latter of delicate treasures owned only by the rich nobles. Yet this cup is a combination of the two extremes. It's used by an ordinary tavern owner, but it's marked by a refined, tasteful aesthetic. She rubs the side of the cup with her fingers, gently brushing across the painted patterns, as if filling a fine porcelain vase.
The cup.
What's wrong?
It looks expensive.
It's a gift I received. I don't know how much it costs, but it's delicate, isn't it?
Yes, it is delicate.
Yenisei feels compelled to rub the surface of the ceramic cup again, as though she cannot bear to part from it, and loses herself in thought.
The pattern is a lushu, also a kind of xiangrui. See? It's majestic. The tail is like the sunset clouds. I really like it. I hope you do too.
Oh, so it's a Zett. Okay, it's not just one
Majestic
cup.
indeed. And it looks a bit like those striped horses in the GC. Both of them are similar to horses.
But people still think they're horses, don't they?
Sure they do. I think this species is native to Pei City. It's an interesting discovery and will help enrich our travel notes.
Junang lowers her head to look at the cup in her own hand. Yenisei can smell a fermented aroma emanating from within. Like, was that kvass? But without the sweet aroma of wet.
She's in bed now. I can only drink it for her.
It's a well way.
Your drink smells good. Is this the liquor that helps one sleep tight?
Not exactly. It's just unfiltered liquor.
Sounds like you have a lot of different kinds of liquor here.
Sure we do. There are a lot of different liquors. The unfiltered ones, the clear ones, the ones made of herbs, the fine ones, and on and on. Bedtime liquor is made of herbs with spine date seeds.
I thought liquor was just liquor. At least there aren't so many types in my hometown.
There's only vodka. Just kidding.
Well, to be honest, I too have no idea why they are still liquor, though they have different names. If the color is the standard to classify them, then what am I when I'm wearing different colored clothes? Am I not 九娘子 anymore?
Shocked, Yenisei cannot help but break into a laugh. Seeing the other girl smile, Junangza's eyes begin to sparkle. She nods and decides to go one step further and express her thoughts.
That is to say, if your teammates are turned into horses or other animals in different colors, are they not your teammates anymore?
They are. Of course.
Yenisei stops talking. This childish conversation might have caused her to erupt with laughter, but the weight of the situation is still acute, and her worries swell deep within her. The chirping of birds in the cold night gently blankets the sounds of her anxious breathing.
I'm worried, actually. Well, maybe not just worried. I don't know.
Looks like you really miss your teammates.
Miss them.
I don't think so. They were so uncooperative,
I won't use this word to describe my feeling. All I'm thinking is they were turned into animals because I gave them the wrong direction.
Yeah, it's more of guilt, yeah.
What if they can't turn back to who they really are?
The frankness of her own inquiry unmasked the long unease Yenisei had been harboring since entering this strange city. After speaking, she holds her breath and controls the impulse to turn back and look towards Vesper. For a moment, she is no longer even sure of where she is.
But I don't think that will happen. Things won't get any worse. There must be a way. I promise. Like the clouds turn colorful, pool water gets sweet like liquor. There are many signs of auspiciousness. They just need time. Think about it. What if the story about the Yuan Temple is real? Maybe there will be another way for you to recognize your teammates. Even if the Featherman is not a Xiangrui, there are other Xiangruis in the city. All in all,
Jiun Yangzi racks her brain to find another way to persuade Yenisei, but is stopped by the other girl before she can begin. Despite the cultural differences between the two of them, Yenisei feels a surge of warmth from her brief trembling words.
Thank you, miss. No. Junangse. I see what you mean. I really do.
Yenisei takes a deep breath and exhales both calm emotions and words together, so that, like a light white smoke, they soon drift away.
Thank you.
it's nothing. I will definitely help you. Oh, here's some other spine date seeds. Drink the water, and I'll go make you a cup of tea with the seeds. It also helps you sleep.
Junyang's shoots up to immediately rummage around in the bag beside her as she urges Yenisei to drain what is left in her cup. Yenisei drinks down all of the cold, sweet water and hands the still compelling cup back to her. She then watches Jiu step onto the porch and run back into the hall at a trot. She takes a long breath and turns to look at the eerie night sky. It seems even in a strange city like this, she can enjoy the same bright moonlight as the... Was this steeps or steps? Yeah, it was steps. Yeah, I was mispronouncing it in last stream. Okay. As I've said earlier, I will go get water to drink. So, yeah, I'm pulling up the BRB screen. Mhm. Okay, I'm back. Ah, shit, I have some stiff ankles. Ah, ah, boy. Ah, there you go. Stand up. Forget to hydrate. The curtain of the night has already fallen, but even after drinking another cup of tea promised to induce drowsiness, Yenisei finds that sleep evades her. In theory, someone so heavily fatigued should fall fast asleep the very moment the opportunity presents itself, but not for her. On the contrary, her mind, so sick with worries, seems to run faster now than ever in the stillness of night. Of night. Damn. She stands up, steps away from the couch, and treads lightly down the stairs. Unwelcome in even her own dreams, she wanders around without direction.
The yard, go downstairs, and through the main hall.
Groping around for the railing in the darkness, she walks up and then down the steps. One step, another step, as she descends, a rustling sound envelops her in the darkness, like an
What's
indelible.
that sound?
No.
Where does it come from?
Oh shit, yeah, it's one of those.
Who is it? Someone's
Is it like those paper,
singing?
like dolls? The one we saw in the trailer? Without realizing it, she departs the second floor and follows the sound into the spacious hall of the tavern. Okay, I want to reread this. Groping around for the railing in the darkness, she walks up and then down the steps. One step, another step. As she descends, a rustling sound envelops her in the darkness, like an indelible point that demands her whole focus. Can't read. With the cascading moonlight and melodious singing, the scene laid out before her is that device description. What? Oh yeah, it is paper dolls.
The striped horses. How come they are glowing? What on earth is happening? Боже мой.
With its red mane and luminous stripes, the horse stands there in the courtyard and turns gently toward her. The singing continues, almost freezing Yenisei in place. She turns around sharply, trying to escape the sound, only to realize that, bro. Oh, they're not paper, they're wooden dolls. This whole event has probably been the most bizarre, like, so far. Okay, with its red mane and luminous stripes, the horse stands there in the courtyard and turns gently toward her. The singing continues, almost freezing Yenisei in place. She turns around sharply, trying to escape the sound, only to realize that she has already been surrounded by a group of wooden dolls who were in her cup earlier. Oh wait! So it's the painting on the ceramic cup.
Are they asking me to drink?
Yeah.
Junangzi, where are you? Is she?
Now the wooden dolls, originally submerged in the stream in the courtyard, have begun to climb up the bank. They surrounded her, spinning, singing, and contorting, with bodies clearly possessing a flexibility beyond what wood should possess. Using this odd flexibility, they repeatedly lift their full cups towards Yenise.
No.
This invitation, perhaps initially hospitable, turns increasingly creepy in the dark night. Making a choice now requires next to no thought. Yenisei jumps out from their enclosure and runs towards the other end of the yard, toward the water jar. Fortunately, she clearly remembered the location pointed out by Zhou.
I can't go back to my room. Need to lead them away.
The wooden dolls still sing happily as if they are only playing a game of tag. Yeah, not enough paper horses. Yeah, I haven't replayed any of the stages.
The puppy wishes to come along. The puppy...
A tooth for a tooth. Pay for thy sins with thy blood.
Don't touch my bag!
Resistance is futile.
Stop me up!
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Nice! Left hand up, now right hand up. Just a little game.
Using troops.
The wooden dolls stage a disorganized offensive with a piercing song that twists Yenise's perception of her surroundings. She can only stand by the water jar in a constant retreat, consciously nearing a dead end.
No. Can't stop here. I must go further. Come here. This way.
The wooden figures have no ears, so it seems unlikely they hear or understand her. Nonetheless, they are lured in, leaping forward with strange enthusiasm. Never tiring, just like those cups, always lifted high, constantly spilling and overflowing. Birdman? It seems these crude wooden creations are quick to be alert to sudden interlopers. They immediately stop their siege of Yenisei and abruptly turn toward the tall trees in the courtyard.
Huh? Where are they going?
The coercive rhythm plays heavier and faster than before as they jump a few more hops toward the bottom of the tree.
Be off.
Oh, it is Birdman. A wand of bone flies out from the darkness, scattering liquor and shattering the wooden figures into pieces. Serenity comes back to the scene, the end coming as swiftly as its beginning.
They are conjured. So feebly.
Who is it?
It's you.
You! The featherman who stole our horses!
No matter. You're leaving with me.
Leave me alone! What is going on?
Silence. It's dangerous here, and words are no help to us.
Without hesitation, the giant bird grabs Yenisei's arms quickly, lifting her up and away from the courtyard. Her struggle proves futile in the howling wind. The sound of flapping wings, punctuated by the shrieking girl, gradually fades in the distance, leaving only a disordered mess as evidence in the courtyard. In the morning, Jiunyang-zi walks into the shambolic scene. A still intact wooden doll bounces around, gathering the remains of its kind into a ball.
What's going on? I told you to keep the house, not to tear it down. Being a good host, offering a drink.
Ah, no shit, you scared. You scared your guest, though. Holy shit.
Offer a drink to whom? Those two ladies should be soundly asleep upstairs. One was downstairs at night. Birdman with her. Birdman? You mean that Featherman? He had been here? What was he doing here? He's not even a Xiangrui, nor is he doing anything good. Do not offer a drink to him. If I were the one treating him, I would...
Good.
He took one with him. Wait, what?
Yeah, you're basically saying, yeah, he kidnapped.
Took whom with him? The Scarlet. The Brown took away the Scarlet. Brown? Scarlet?
Oh no!
What color is that?
Just say red.
You're just confusing me. I'll make you one more mouse next time. What on earth are you talking about?
Jiunyang-zi turns around to see Besmirk fall over the threshold. She quickly approaches with her skirt held up, and the wooden doll jumping up and down, hiding behind her.
Be careful. I'll help you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Where's Yenisei? Did you see her upstairs or in the yard?
Are you talking about your red-haired friend? Did she go out?
No, not very likely. She would have told me if she was going out. Or at least ask someone to pass on the message. Did you really not see her today?
Jiunyang-zi racks her brain, her voice coming out serious and resolute.
No. Not this morning, no.
The missing persons cases. Is this how they happened?
I don't know. Li Zheng didn't make it in time to tell me the details.
Besmirk falls into silence. This is a loss that she finds difficult to accept.
I'm only saying, if this is another missing case, there must be a clue or two telling us what happened. Could you please look around and see if she left anything in the yard? She must have been taken from there, or I would have definitely heard the noises.
Besmirk anxiously grasps Jiunyang-zi's hands. Their hands are equally coarse, one pair exposed to age and sun, and the other exposed to grueling work.
Stay calm. Let's go ask Li Zheng.
Wait,
What's wrong?
I sense an arcane energy. Someone cast a skill in the yard. Follow me.
Where are you going? You can't see. Just tell me. I'll take you there.
No, please follow me.
Yeah, just as is Besmirk.
You're heading toward the water jar. I was here last night to get water.
It's somewhere close to the water jar. I sense it clearly.
Besmirk wades through the stream and stops in front of the water jar. She crouches down to find something among the scattered leaves in front of her.
Is this a bone?
That makes sense. Li Zheng told us that the Featherman uses a bone wand. Yenisei also saw something similar in that giant bird's hand when we faced him outside the city.
knew it. Now we have the proof. We can...
No, it's not enough. And Yenisei is missing.
Why not enough? He left his bone one, which means he was here before. And your friend is missing. Still not enough to prove his guilt?
But only Yenisei knows what the giant bird looks like. She also drew the picture of that bird.
Which is not a very good picture.
Without her, we cannot confirm that the Featherman and the giant bird are the same creature.
I don't understand. You're saying that even if we have his bone one, we can't prove anything?
Exactly.
But I think you're overthinking.
Bismuth raises her head slightly, conveying her confusion in unsubtle movements.
I mean, whether enough or not, it's not up to us, right? I know nothing about the law. It just doesn't feel right.
The girl's voice quietens down, giving rise to her own hesitation.
I'm just thinking we should do something because you are sad.
But Bismuth already understands.
You have a point. Then, we...
Let's go to the Jitsu now. Li Zheng will be there today. He's supposed to tell me something about the Dushuo festival. Let's tell him what happened today. He will know what to do.
Sure.
They decided to head towards the Jitsu. Besmert puts away the bone wand and follows Jianyang's footsteps carefully, one at a time. They leave the wooden doll standing in place, a sentinel atop the rest of the debris. Whoop. Gashang. Li Zhang is flipping through annual expense account records from previous years, worries written on his heart and wizened face. Jianyangzi is sure to report for duty on time, and he must have a decision ready before she does.
In past years, the festive animals used in the fortune walk and the bridge leap were less than 3. A cow, a goat, and a donkey, without exception. The poorer the harvest, the less food for the animals and less well-fed donkeys, so people had to use horses instead. However, aren't there too many festive animals this time? Even if it is for celebrating the birth of Zhi, not to mention some of them are transformed from humans. We shall act prudently.
I mean, it's probably gonna be hard to tell, like, which is which.
If we have to cancel the ceremony, we must make the decision before New Year's Eve.
He writes the words Fortune Walk and Bridge Leap into a blank space on the account records in his hand, then circles them in red ink to serve as his reminder. As he does, he ponders and shifts his gaze nearby to the portrait of a giant bird.
A giant bird. A featherman. There's always trouble around New Year's.
Oh, someone dropped by for a few seconds. I thank you for dropping a like. Suddenly there comes a loud fluttering of wings. This sound is not like one of common birds flapping, but is rather a droning hazardous sound, the kind of a titanic bird of prey approaching. Oh, a winged shadow covers the portrait on the desk. Lijiang turns his head to see the visitor clearly, meeting it with a look of shock and heart-shaking doubt on his face.
You?
The visitor is no less than the very giant bird or feathered man depicted in that portrait. He glides in as smoothly and naturally as if he were entering an open glade. It seems as though the guards of the Jitsu were unaware of his arrival entirely.
Are you responsible for this place? It was someone else when I last visited. No matter. I have an urgent matter to discuss, or it will be too late.
Without waiting for Lijiang to react, a bizarre horse or something like it rushes in behind him. The horse's mane and tail are both red, and it bears a tiger stripe pattern along its body, the combination of which produces a truly incomparable sight. It steps forward, allowing Lijiang to see it clearly. It suggests a great sort of intelligence in its movements. As for the featherman, he simply folds his wings and lands. The narrow space forces him to pinch himself tightly into the cramped room. Lijiang notices a hint of embarrassment in his visitor as a result.
I'm Getian, and I'm here to advise caution. The lady owner of the tavern can turn people into lushu. She needs to be stopped, or more people will suffer.
Oh wait! I think she wasn't aware. It's probably the water.
She has extremely light bones, which means she's still in the stage of development. She might be unstable, hence a danger to keep in the city.
You are referring to Jiu Nangzi?
Precisely.
Bones. Are you the goddess of Li Mountain that can read one's bones? But you don't look like her at all.
I mean, also goddess, and like this is definitely a man. The brief silence conveys Gachan. Was it? Let me.
I'm Getian,
Gutian.
and I'm here to advise caution. The lady owner of the tavern can turn people into lushu. She needs to be stopped, or more people will suffer.
The brief silence conveys Gutian's astonishment at the unexpected change in topic.
I am no goddess of Li Mountain.
Then your words have no weight at all. You should have claimed to be her. Besides, goddess of Li Mountain, take a look around you.
Though puzzled, Gutian's looks around as advised, only to find some paper with the same bird totems painted on it. Some of the papers even bear ink stains yet to dry, indicating their recentness.
You mean these paper cutouts? A man-faced bird with a red tail. You are drawing me.
Even though he recognizes the image in the painting, the idea of being worshipped through such artwork comes across as quite unnecessary. Horseshoes impatiently clank on the ground, seeming to urge a sense of haste. This prompting though goes unnoticed.
But I'm not a Xiangrui. These paper cuts won't send me your prayers and wishes.
They are not paper cutouts for worshipping the Xiangrui, but wanted posters. And you are wanted.
Gutian is stunned for a moment, as if unable to understand Li Jiang's words. Whether paper cuttings or wanted notices, they are complex things found only in the world of the mundane. As such, he opts to ignore them for now and continues on with the purpose of his journey.
The most important thing is to find Jiu Niangzi. She's the culprit of the missing persons case in the city.
Yeah, it's kind of like a hard to believe, especially like,
I thought you came here to confess or make peace. But it seems not. You come to defame Jiu Nangzi while being ignorant of the fact that you are the top suspect.
Upon learning that the culprit is not in fact the one he identified as Jiu Jiangzi, Gutian falls into an even deeper confusion. Many things outside the mountains are beyond his understanding.
How am I related to this?
Every time a disappearance was reported, you were witness bringing animals to the Zhi.
No. The nature of my visit has been taken wrongly. The Zhili there knew what I came for.
When we arrived at the Jitsu, you had already fled without a trace. No one could testify in front of the Fa Jiao for her. So her words were considered nonsense. Now, she has returned to her hometown.
Upon hearing this, Gutian breathes a sigh of relief.
I wouldn't have shown up in the city if not for the urgent matters. What's the purpose of lingering around when my business is done here? Besides, the Zhizi allowed arcane skills to be cast without restrictions in the city. So it is your responsibility to bear the consequences of such negligence.
You are very articulate. But how can you explain the testimony provided by the two foreign merchants? All roads are leading to you.
Yes, the two foreigners.
Do you confess?
They are the other reason why I'm here. One of the two is here with us. She can explain to you.
Gutian leans over and asks the red mane horse beside him to signal to Li Jiang. The strange horse, after being ignored for a long time, seems to acknowledge that it can now finally make itself useful, and steps forward on proud hooves.
Wait, you mean she is...
Yeah, it's definitely NSA. Before Li Jiang can react, Gutian, god dang it. Get this. I can't pronounce it again. Before Li Jiang can react, Gutian flaps his wings, causing the tea on the table to flip onto the ground. The red-maned horse takes another step forward and turns to the spot where the stone bricks have been wet. The tea that seeps out of the interior stone, forming a pool in a small indentation. There is the reflection of the horse appears in glass.
I ask for your patience. Please, look at the water on the floor.
Jiang looks towards the spot Gutian's line of sight indicates, where the fading reflection remains. But the liquid drains out along the low-lying and uneven floor and eventually disappears into the crevices of the stone bricks. The tea, it seems, is just tea.
What is this for? Is this a demonstration of your discontent? Because I didn't treat you as a guest, offer you a seat, and give you a cup of tea?
No, this should not be.
He appears to murmur to himself and turn to the red-tailed horse beside him. His words muddled with confusion.
Why didn't your arcane skill work this time? Or must it be clean water to reflect it? No, the water in the river was no cleaner. How did you do it earlier?
Having now weathered this series of absurd confrontations to his limits, the cultured manner of Li Jiang breaks along with his patience.
Guards! Catch him!
Bichan is startled by the sudden and rapid footsteps and immediately flies upward. Within the narrow chamber, the shadow of his wings appears unusually large, and even the red-haired horse retreats beyond the shadow's range.
What is the meaning of this?
You are suspect. That's
What I know. I told you truthfully. Why are you troubling me? Instead of going after Zhongyangzi, find some clean water. I'll prove it to you.
That's enough. Surrender now.
I will not fight you, but neither will you have me.
Hey. Be careful not to hurt that horse. He might be one of the victims.
Not enough for anyone. Okay.
I can't wait anymore!
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Games. Rock, rock, rock! Change the world! Woohoo! Release!
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Pay for thy sins with thy blood.
Warning, warning. The puppy is fleeing the scene at its max.
Bichan flaps his wings and flies out, escaping to the courtyard. He does not leave immediately, instead deftly avoiding the attacks of the guards as he flits around the courtyard, despite the fact that this brief conflict has already left him injured.
Your strength will eventually run out.
Is this necessary? Find me the clean water, and I will show you what Zhongyangzi has done.
How will I know if you're using your arcane skill to fake the result? The truth is, we know the girl very well, but nothing about you.
I mean, Sir has a point.
No one had gone missing in Pei City before you showed up. So how can we trust you or your proof?
Bichan gently shakes his head and lowers his wings.
And you have denied that you are a Shangre.
It is true that I'm not a Xiangrui, nor have I ever visited here. I never wanted to leave the mountain.
His movements make the wounds on his wings visible. His stance is low and reverent, suggesting his willingness to discuss a truce. Zhang hesitates and, as a result, raises his hand to stop the storming advance of the guards.
But you still left.
I really shouldn't have come to the human world.
What do you mean?
My people have left the mountain and come to help you. They renounced their names, families, and even lives for you. They gave up everything so that you would have gods to worship. They became symbols, totems, except themselves.
What are you talking about, Featherman?
I told you my name. I'm not a Featherman. This Featherman is not one of us. No need to call him by name.
It isn't any sort of prescience. Prescience. God dang it. It's only that the answer is a simple deduction.
Seems like my people have been long forgotten. You forgot the Getians who left the mountain. The city builders, the bridge masters, the flood fighters. They all faded into oblivion. You only remember the gods of Shuori, who never answered to your prayers.
Right, so the secret of Ask and the Choir was Guchan. Like I guess Guchan's is like a clan, or at least
That's
how they
why I'm
identify
discouraged
themselves.
by the idea of leaving the mountain like my people. I don't want to face such suspicion and disbelief after giving you all the help.
Who are you?
Now that I see it, the destruction of the bridge was inevitable. It was bound to happen, like I was bound to be left in the mountain and be the last of us.
The bridge? Did you have something to do with the broken bridge? BIRDMAN, tell us!
Question no more. You can have me, if that's what you want.
The message conveyed by Guchan's words and actions forces those present to hold their breath. He gives up his resistance and sees the connection between the broken bridge and this vague allegation. Though the onlookers wonder whether this might be merely a stalling tactic.
Li Zhang!
The two who set off from the tavern, heading towards the jutsu, arrive in time to witness the end of the standoff. Bismarck had been following Zhu Nyangzi closely all the way, but now stops just short of the jutsu's gates.
Miss Jianing, sir, please wait.
Even without the ability to see, she stops to analyze the tense atmosphere ahead.
Come no further!
Huh?
The gaze of almost everyone in the courtyard converges now on Guchan, wary of any possible movement. No one present believes that he would just surrender like this. And in an unnoticed corner, the red-tailed horse deftly bypasses them all before running off into agitation. The horse that had rushed into the crowd then just immediately weaves back out, seeming to aim to snatch Besmert out from behind Jiangzi. And it succeeds. Yay, I have 11 now. Okay, I can activate 1. Yeah, the next one is 5.
That thing took away the lady. What's going on? What just ran out of there?
Junyang's words dissipate in the air without stirring a response. The eyes of all stare at Yuchan in the center of the courtyard. Most of these are filled with doubt, suspicion, and fear. As the strange horse and its unwilling rider disappear in the distance, the communication arcane skill cast by the Bone One also seems to dissipate.
Now we lost another witness. Did you plan this?
I left my wand in her tavern yesterday. Ask her. You will know.
Jiunangzi, is that so?
We did find a bone in the yard, but it's with that foreign lady now.
Tie him up first. Do you have more to say?
Everything I need to tell you, I have spoken it all. Catch her now, or even a real Xiangrui cannot save you from the disaster.
Oh, that's like a line from the trailer.
Why are you so obsessed with calling Jiunangzi the culprit?
What? You... I am the culprit? What kind of culprit am I?
Clueless one.
It's fine, Jiunangzi. We all know you have nothing to do with the missing persons cases.
And he said that even a real Xiangrui cannot save you. He's more of a fake one to me.
Alright, it's because she looks up to like Shangri's. Jianyangzi rushes angrily towards Gichan, striding forward until she stands just before him. But in her rush of emotion, she loses her ability to speak.
You...
Stay calm. We will hold him in detention in Zett-ro for now. I'll report this to the Fatzao. The first thing to do is catch up with the horse and the foreign lady, and find his wand to figure out his arcane skill.
The crowd quickly moves according to Li Zhang's command and exits the courtyard in an orderly fashion. Only a few scattered guards remain in the courtyard, along with the three figures located in the center. At this point, it would seem obvious that Gichan must be taken away, but as Li Zhang has not yet ordered anything to do that effect, no one dares step forward. For though subdued, his huge wings and claws still serve as effective deterrents.
Take him away. Everyone else dismissed. Jiunangzi, follow me. There is something we need to talk about.
What do you want, Featherman?
Jiunangzi?
Let her talk.
You look like a decent Xiangrui. Why did you say something like that? Even if you're not, aren't you afraid that the real Xiangrui will blame you for doing the wrong thing?
The girl appears as though she has not heard Li Zhang's words. The doubt in her questions is conveyed in an almost whispered tone. Gichan does not even lift his head. He remains motionless like a statue.
Jiunangzi, it is true that he is not the Xiangrui of our city. The Xiangrui who once protected our city has been long lost.
Jianyangzi turns her head, failing to connect the logic between Li Zhang's statement.
But everyone thinks the Featherman on the mountain is the Xiangrui. Just look at him. How could people not take him as a Xiangrui by his look? The former Zhili told me that the Featherman looks like a Gomang, just like what was depicted in a picture book. A Gomang is a confirmed Xiangrui recorded in a book.
Jiunangzi.
But this man, of course he is not a Xiangrui. He isn't like the Gomang, nor the Mianmeng. He doesn't even understand the saying of, one can remove the footsteps, but not the path one walketh on.
One can remove the footsteps, but not the path one walketh on. That's fair. One cannot commit wrongdoing without leaving a trace. However, We can't convict him without definitive evidence, such as witnesses and his wand. The trace he left is yet to be found.
Jiunyangzi squats down in front of Guchan in a sudden inexplicable movement, then stares unwaveringly into his eyes as she speaks, as if she is to judge the authenticity of his words and expressions by doing so.
Featherman, do you know what is a real Xiangrui? Do you know where it is? Why did you take people's friends away and accuse me of being the culprit?
But Guchan seems to have made up his mind to remain silent. He lowers his head, taking a faint interest in observing the blood dripping from his wounds, an act of passive resistance. A drop of blood seeps into his feathers. The moment passes long enough for the girl to organize her words and continue her barrage of questions.
Your appearance is given by heaven, so you should not act against the nature of your look just because of your personal preference. You could have become a much-loved spirit, like in the stories and picture books, as everyone expects you to be. But when you took away that foreign lady's teammates, you didn't care about their feelings. They didn't want to be separated. You disappointed people. That's not what a Xiangrui should do.
All right, Jiunyangzi. That's enough. Take him away.
Jiunyangzi watches coldly as Yuchan is taken away.
He didn't tell me anything, nor did he tell anyone.
I know you're chasing after anything that could be a Xiangrui, but the Feather Man has clearly claimed that he is not one. To be honest, judging from his attitude, he has never had the intention to be one.
I don't understand. How could he not want to be one?
Not everyone is so interested in the legend of Xiangrui. The Pei City did have a good era under the protection of the Xiangruis. But after all these years, no one can recall that time without the help of the mythologies and the history books. Even I can't be sure if there's a real Xiangrui. But Jiunyangzi, you should know that we don't need a Xiangrui anymore.
We don't need it?
With no Xiangrui, no divination, we can't arrive at Yun Temple. But this is still an orderly city. The Dushuo festival is as vibrant as ever. You can tell that a Xiangrui is not necessary for a city to prosper.
Is that so?
Jiunyangzi grabs the small bag she carries with her. The bag is embroidered with a peculiar combination of love poems. Though she has never really understood the meaning of the words, in some way they now mirror her own confused mind.
By the way, turns out you can read, can't you?
Huh? You know that I can't, Li Zheng.
One can remove the footsteps, but not the path one walketh on.
Oh, that's not what it seems to be. I heard it from the Taoist countless times, so I remembered it.
Which Taoist? In the city?
Jiunyang just shakes her head to refute Li Zhang's assumptions.
No, it was a Taoist I traveled with before I came to Pei City. The Taoist said many different things over and over again. I couldn't understand, but I remembered them.
Sounds like you had a distinguished teacher. Since you came here, you've been treating people nice and kindly. Exactly the opposite of what Ge has done.
Oh, we finally called him by his name, my bro.
Ah, so his name is Ge.
Yes, Ge. You said too many things to him.
I mean,
he is not the Xiangrui you are looking for. A real Xiangrui would never be so rude. It is very possible that he is only a Yao that has been living on the mountain for too long.
her head lower, seeming to find it difficult to accept such a change in thought.
But why did he accuse me like that? I don't get it. Did I do something wrong?
Because you are the Zhili.
Jianyangzi looks at Lu Zhang, her face caught between doubt and curiosity. Having presented his point of view, the old man rubs his head, his beard, and laughs, knowingly helpless to influence the girl's reaction.
The former Zhili left because of what he said and did. Now he wants to play the same trick on you.
The former Zhili left because... Oh, wait, I'm not supposed to read that.
What's more, when he got here and saw me, but not you, he acted quite surprised. You can tell from the details.
The thoughts behind her eyes grow more muddled. Such deceitful scheming felt too complicated for her to comprehend.
Oh, and that captured foreign lady, she?
Don't worry. There are people searching for them now. As for us, we should confirm the details for tomorrow's fortune walk and bridge leap.
Right, bridge leap. I almost forgot. If only the broken bridge could be fixed, then we wouldn't need those festive animals, nor to jump over the bridge. During Getian's silence, I was thinking that, what if I can go to the Yuan Temple and ask Zhishu the Guardian? If the legend of the divination is real, then whatever the question is, Zhishu will answer me, right?
I guess so.
The two of them walk indoors, their conversation disappearing from the courtyard under the sound of footsteps on hard stone. Oh, there's more. Within the pristine government office, two figures exchange information from their past few days so they might agree on their next course of action.
That is the whole story. Getian is now detained in Jitsu's dungeon. Jianyangzi is there as well. 4 hours ago, after discussing with the new Zhili, we decided to keep the ceremonies of fortune walk and bridge leap, but no colored animals are used this time. The number of animals will be less than those in previous years of Jieshi. Here's a list of ceremony members and funds. I've asked people to deliver the copies to all the streets.
Lu Zhang picks up a stack of papers from the desk and hands them out beautifully.
Thank you, sir.
This is my duty. As for Getian, we shall put him on hold until after the Dusho festival, according to the law.
Oh, I saw yeah, that is a typo there.
One more thing. Have we found the horse and the proof?
Not yet. The horse taking that foreign lady away might still be under the control of Getian. There was no trace of them when our people chased them out of the city.
I understand. Given the road conditions in the morning rain, looks like we will have to continue with the search after it stops. But I don't think a horse carrying a blind woman can go far enough to escape. I'll lead the search squad myself next time.
Thank you, Fasao.
The imposing figure with his back into the entryway habitually presses down on the short sword at his waist, adjusting the position of the blade, then waves his hand again to show that he doesn't need to concern himself with such matters.
I'm only doing my job. Where is the Julie?
Are you referring to Jianyangzi or the former one?
The one who went back to her hometown.
We haven't heard anything from her yet. Perhaps it will come after the Dushuo festival.
Noted. Jianyangzi is still green, so please help me take care of the Jutsu before the former one comes back.
I will. She is kind-hearted. That is why I recommended her for this position. It will be my responsibility if she makes any mistakes.
Well, there are so many things to do before the new year. It's fine even if she makes a mistake or two. Don't push her too hard.
That's what I thought. If you find any evidence or the two foreigners, please let me know.
Xiao rises nimbly while folding the documents. As he prepares to bid his farewell, he is stopped by Li Jiang's raised hand.
Oh, another thing. The New Year's feast tonight. You're welcome to Jiunyangji's tavern with your relatives.
The tavern? Are the people around the merchant's hub going too?
Oh no.
Yes, she is hosting a feast for the neighbors.
if like okay. If like they still blame Guchan for like what happens, I'm gonna call the legend like stupid.
It is the New Year's Eve vigil, followed by the first day of Du Shuo Festival. It is an annual tradition at the tavern.
But I do feel like they might still blame Guchan because, left Bon Wan. Like, yeah, I think I'm gonna like sing myself formulating this, but yeah, I'll just shut up.
New Year.
Aye, right. Another year of the Zhi. Hopefully the Yuan Temple, which worships the Zhi, will bring us good news.
Having said his piece, leaving only a moment of silence, the two of them look out the window, towards the eaves of the broken bridge, and the temple flickering in the misty rain. Oh, okay. I want to see this. Striped horse with its red mane charges through the pouring rain, carrying Bismuth. All the way, it runs with wild abandon, as if afraid of possible pursuers behind them, and perhaps to prevent the person on its back from jumping off should it slow down.
Halt! Halt! Do you hear me?
The horse runs onward still, even striding several shallow depressions with ease before continuing forward. Seeing her words taking little effect, Bismuth attempts to slow it down using her prior experience with horses. As she releases her breath, she lets go of the mane and places one hand in front of the creature's neck, while the other hand caresses the fur on both sides, adjusting to match the rhythm of its gallop.
Easy. Easy now. Good job.
After taking another deep breath, she seizes the opportunity to vault herself off the horse and tumble down in quick movement. Bismuth falls into the shallows just as she intended. The horse stops not far from where she lands and turns back. Ignoring the accumulated pain of new and old injuries, Bismuth clambers out of the water, but her hands sink into the soft mud along shallow stone. Though not as sticky as the swamp for a while, she finds it impossible to stand.
Madam!
What? Is it you, Yanase? Where are you?
The familiar voice is certainly within earshot, but Bismuth cannot place its direction, no matter how hard she strains. She struggles to lift herself out of the mud and falls again.
I'm sorry. Are you hurt? I was so anxious. We must not let them catch us.
It is really showing the reflection, huh?
I'm alright. I'm good. How did you...
I am talking to you through the water. Please hurry up and get back on me.
You've turned into a striped horse too? Or is this your arcane skill?
I am not a striped horse, madam. I'm a Lushu. Both of them are arcane creatures, but not the same kind. And yes, that's...
Hang on.
I can show images and few sounds through water. I cast it once when we passed by the swamp in Tula, remember?
Yeah, sorry about that. It's just like stop at home.
What about the Lushu? What are they? Did Getien take you away and turn you into this?
The strange term she heard before all this began suddenly reappears in her mind. Miss Smart quickly associates it with her current situation.
The rain is making too much noise. I can't hear you or the surroundings. Get on my back. I'm not sure how far they are from us.
I don't hear any footsteps from grown men. Come here, child. Help me up.
Yenisei then steps closer and scoops Besmern out of the sinking shallows.
Thank you. So, what happened? The situation is getting trickier and trickier.
We made a mistake. Getsen didn't turn me into a horse. On the contrary, he saved my life.
Then who was it? Who did this to you?
You didn't drink any water last night, did you? But I did. Quite a lot. After you went into the room, Junangzi and I had a chat downstairs, and she gave me the water. This is the difference. Getsen said her arcane skill was cast through liquids like water and liquor.
My poor child.
Wait. Is it because her desire to like see Shangris?
I went upstairs after the chat. You must have been too tired to notice me at the time. I stayed in the room but couldn't sleep at all, so I went downstairs again. That was when I heard someone singing. That song. I'd never heard it before, and I had no idea what the lyrics were about. All I remember is that the melody was soft and a bit unusual. Then I found that someone was a group of wooden dolls. They were small and would melt when they touched liquor.
Yenisei extracts the frightening journey from her mind, trying as best she can to narrate it back in a canton.
And there were horses in the yard, also humming the melody. They had red manes and red tails, just like what I look like now. I didn't know they were loose shoes until now. Their stripes glowed under the moon.
But didn't you have a closer look at the Lushuo last night?
I had no time to see it clearly, to be honest. Anyway, that chat I had with Junangzi was quite good. Everything felt so comforting at the time, so I don't understand.
He wasn't aware.
Then, why are you different from the animals turned from Mr. Durian and the others? You told me they only have stripes on them, right?
Yes, I have an assumption about that, but I can't verify it now.
What is it?
Yenisei falls into silent reflection for a moment before answering Besmer.
Remember the river our team found? Perhaps that was the lower course of the main river, and it included Junangzi's arcane power because the stream across her yard is near one of its branches. The running water might have diluted the arcane power in there. Usually, a stream of running water is like an independent settlement. It rejects outsiders by nature. Even I have been rejected more than once. The striped horses our teammates turned into could be an accident caused by an incomplete arcane skill.
Those other striped horses in the Jitsu, are they too...
Perhaps Junangzi had no idea at all that she somehow leaked her arcane skill into the river. As for the water I had, she must have made it on purpose.
I don't think so. Because he, just like in the earlier like segments, is like um he has like there's like no idea that Yen's turned into a horse.
Then, how did Götien get involved in all this?
Last night, after he saved me from the wooden dolls,
The wooden dolls also offer like drinks, right? It is also contain the I wouldn't say contaminated, but like the I guess spiked would be the right term. It is spiked drinks with arcane, like or yeah. The topic of their recollections, only resumed, is again interrupted, this time by sudden stopping of the rain. Yenisei looks up as if to confirm it has really ended. If the rain has stopped for good, this also means they'll need to keep moving to avoid being found.
the rain has stopped. We need to find shelter, madam.
No, child. I don't see why he had to take you away. What if I was there with you?
All I know is he was there to take us out of the danger. And he's injured now. When we confronted the people at the GC, he didn't fight back at all. I think he didn't hurt them for a reason. If he really meant to help us, we must go save him.
Child, all of a sudden you seem to trust this creature entirely. Did he do anything else for you? Based on what we know, Götien, Li Zhong, and Jin Nengze, they all seem strange.
Please trust me, madam. I used to think this way too. Maybe he's fooling us with a fake rescue. But he's not. He even showed me his arcane skill to win my trust. Yes, he read my bones. Can you imagine that? He gained information by reading my bones. And then he actually told me something I didn't even know about myself.
Hey, so he is like quote unquote goddess of the mountain. Hey, is this Yenisei Junangza?
Let me go! Where are you taking me?
Or was it Gityon? Alright. I think it's probably Gityon.
You...
If I let go, you will fall, and death will be your end. Hold your life dear. You are a lot more vulnerable than you can imagine.
Quit threatening me! It's a river down there!
Yes, but you don't know how shallow it is. Even a lantern can't float on it. It's dying, unlike the other branches you saw outside the city.
So what? Does that explain why you captured me? Fine. The river is dying. I'm held by a birdman in mid-air. I'll fall and die if I struggle. There's nothing I can do.
Yes, it's a rare wisdom for a girl of your age to know her limits. But I'm not a birdman. I'm a Yao. My name is Götien.
Yenisei gives up on her mid-air struggle, pondering over his name and identity.
You can use arcane skills. You're an arcanist.
If you say so, then it is so. We have gone for miles. I'll leave you here. Beyond the ford, you will see the step.
Gityan slows down just as she said he would, and after a moment he gently places Yenisei on the ground. Given her situation, she had not anticipated such gentle treatment.
I don't understand. What on earth is your purpose? Why did you turn humans into horses? I believe you can commit much worse crimes if you want to. Are you doing it for fun?
Gutian stops to the side of a curved tree growing like a bridge over the vines of a shallow stream, face heavy with a look of contemplation.
The more you ask, the more mistakes you make.
There is no such thing as a wrong question.
I will answer one of the questions regarding why I turned people into horses. The answer is I didn't do it. Neither did I have that intention.
Interesting. Who did it then?
The lady owner of the tavern.
Junangzi?
Precisely.
Yenise shakes her head, not believing his word.
If that's the case, why did you leave Madame Besmertz there alone? Do you really think I would buy your nonsense after I saw you take my teammates away?
You saw the horse in the yard with the red tail and red mane, did you not?
Yes, I saw.
It's not a horse, it's a lushu. Or at least it looks like one.
Lushu. I have never heard of it before. It sounds like an arcane creature native to the east.
Gutian doesn't respond. He only continued to contribute yet more astonishing information.
It is a lushu. And also Jiu Niangzi herself.
Wait, what?
What? That thing is Junangsi?
What you saw tonight was not real lushu. Those horses merely resembled half of them. I speak of the fact that Jiu Niangzi might be a lushu, a kind of yao, or as you would put it, an arcane creature.
Your words sound even more complicated than those in the city. Is it because you are also an arcane creature, like the Lushu? Or you have a thing only the pure-blooded can understand?
We're nothing alike. Lushus are xiangruis, born with red manes and white faces, covered with tiger's markings. In the books, Lushus are capable of casting arcane skill named the Shape of Will. It could be the same skill that Jiu Niangzi uses to turn others into Lushus. Do you understand?
Yes, I'll try.
The Shape of Will is a dangerous and secret skill. As written in the books, the Lushus use it to transform blood into fire and stone into gold.
So, it's like alchemy.
I'm unfamiliar with what you said, but Jiu Niangzi's power seems to be restricted. She cannot fully transform into a Lushu like a Yao could, nor does she possess great power. She's closer to a half Yao. Unlike other Lushus, she requires a certain medium to cast her skill, the Shape of Will. This is also why people did not recognize her. She's harder to identify.
Junangsi. Half Yao. Is that another name for the mixed blood? Anyway, even if you're telling the truth, how did you know that?
It is within my bloodline. Like you find your direction through the water, I read people through their bones.
How did you know my... Wait, you mean you can read people through their bones? That makes no sense. What can one's physical condition tell you?
Many. Many stories. Many sounds. Even if I was never there with them. Such as you. The markings on your bones resemble an open net. Yet it captures nothing. You are away from the waterless land where you once lived. And to this day you are still wandering.
What?
The girl's eyes widen with astonished disbelief.
You will travel far many times in life and turn homeward, like the migratory birds, until you find your lake.
What on earth are you talking about?
Have I mistaken anything? I should hope not. Forgive me. I have long since stopped reading others' bones and put them into words. Perhaps I did not tell it in the most precise way, but it should be generally accurate.
All right, stop.
It's an invasion of privacy, pa, bro.
I need some time to digest your words.
A bizarre spectral sound cuts off Yenisei's reply.
Careful.
Strange creatures that resemble balls dragging long tails suddenly leap out from the trees behind the two of them. They shriek and charge towards Yenisei, who is most evidently their target. Oh, it's the Jue.
These things again. They already attacked me once in the street. Ugh, these stupid birds.
Following closely behind is a mysterious creature markedly different from the other feathered balls.
This one is shining bright. Get out of my way. Ow!
It is indeed exceptionally bright and long, illuminating the shallow stream in front of them on both sides.
This trial is mine to judge.
Oh, there is one.
An eye for an eye.
Left hand up. Now right hand up. Nice!
Feel it pain and know it regret.
They're just a
The
little
puppy
game.
agreed with your decision.
Left hand up. Now right hand up.
An eye for an eye. Feel it pain and know it regret.
Хорошо. I'll go back then.
Yuchan stares in the direction the scattered Jue run off, his mind burdened with that thought.
Have you drunk the liquor? Offered by Jiu Nyangzi?
No, but I had the water from her. Why?
These Zhuye might be attracted here by the scent of liquor. They feed on the flowers of Zhuye, which can be used to make liquor and smell of leaves. They could be here because they smelled the liquor. But you only had water. What else could attract them?
Yenisei thinks back to the preceding events.
If they were attracted by the scent of liquor, I think it was the wooden doll's fault. They soaked themselves in the liquor before they attacked me. I might have gotten their scent during the battle.
The scent of liquor stands is not strong enough to attract them here. It would have taken a proper consumption of liquor for them to notice. I worry that liquor is the medium for her transformation skill, but that is only my speculation. If the water you drank also exerts the same effect on you.
As though his words hold the power of execution, change happens the very moment he speaks.
What? You...
Yenisei kneels down, her body transforms, just as her companions transform on the steeps before her. Steps! God dang it! Not steeps! Good. Yeah. Steps before her.
How so?
Although Gutian has already anticipated this moment, he cannot help but be startled by the strange process and flaps his wings involuntarily. His instincts tell him to flee. But why? Night falls, the rain has stopped, and the riverbank is moist and soft. Pachao leads his team in search of the red-haired horse's trail, finally arriving at the edge of the river. The exact spot where Guchan and Yenisei stayed the night before.
Find anything?
Someone was here. Seems like a horse with a female, tall and thin.
Not a horse, but a foal. Look, carefully. The footsteps are smaller and shallower than a horse's. Where are the end of the tracks?
The river beach ahead. The track stopped 3 meters away. We couldn't tell where they went.
That can't be.
Puchao strides over to inspect the traces near where the trail of footprints end.
It rained a couple of times. The rain could have washed away the footprints.
If that's the case, there shouldn't be other tracks here. Huh. Like this. A bird's claw marks at the edge of the rotten wood. It was a bird of prey. And judging from the size and the sharpness, it's quite strong.
It's true. Hey, I found another 2 sets of footprints. They're shallow and narrow, possibly from the same person, a young woman.
The wood lies on the ground near the river. It's not a good spot for birds of prey to roost on. What stopped here was something even bigger. A young woman met a huge bird of prey here, yet there is no bloodstain at all. Perhaps the truth behind the foreign merchant's disappearance is different from the Featherman's statement. We need to go back to the Jitsu.
On the steps, a Lushu stands in place of a girl. The fright of this transformation sends Guchan up into the air.
Too late. So it seems her tea can also transform people. I must report this to the authorities. Stay here.
No, you must not leave.
You can speak through the water.
You know what my arcane skill can do, but I can't maintain it for long. I spend too much energy fighting the Juliers.
I must take leave.
Where are you going? You need to save Madame Besmith. Please, I'm begging you. Please save her. She can't see, and she's still alone in the tavern. She must be in great danger now.
I have thought about it. Given that my wand was also left in that tavern. But should I return, Jiunyans might be alerted. I sense kindness in that girl. She hasn't done anything evil except for turning people into Lushus. Your friend should be safe with her for the moment. The more urgent matter is to spread the word before she further repeats her mistake.
Yeah, he's like saying it as if it's like it is just a mistake. Jiunong wasn't intentionally turning them into Lucius.
I must go find someone to handle this properly.
Please take me with you. They believe you are the one behind the missing persons case now. You'll be turning yourself in if you go alone.
Guchan is startled, having never thought such an outcome might occur.
I see. The world outside the mountains is indeed not meant for me to step into.
But you are already involved. Besides, we gave Eugene a drawing of you when I was not clear of the truth.
No matter. I will reason with him.
Even so, you will need me there. Look at my arcane skill. It will be the best proof, right? So they will know that Junang Si is the real culprit who turned the people into horses. I mean, Lushus.
Lucius.
Is that really needed?
You need to know that you are a suspect. Even though I know you are innocent, you need something absolutely persuasive to prove it. All in all, you must take me with you. My arcane skill will vindicate you.
Yeah, it didn't go as planned. I already know what happened. we have what? 17? So 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So there's like 7 more. I feel like they made this like particularly longer because, you know, it is the half Annie. The half Annie like patch. Only vagrants and outsiders wander the streets on the eve of the Dushua festival. Dushua. Yeah, I don't know if I pronounced it correctly. In front of each threshold, sparking fires burn below, colorful decorations laid out in the dark night, peering out at each other from across sandy gravel roads that have not yet dried from the rain. Bismuth and Yenisei continue their advance towards the Jutsu in the quiet, gentle light.
This place looks so different than it does in the daytime. It's so quiet and empty, as if it's waiting for us.
Yenisei stops to cast her reflection into a puddle of water, attempting to comfort Bismuth.
It's nighttime now. They have lit the braziers. There is cloth of different colors around them. Remember our New Year's? We put up tar barrels and made festive fires. There were also decorations on the houses.
Yes, I remember that. Perhaps people here also stay with their families at this time of year, like we do on New Year's Eve. A heartwarming custom.
Yeah.
Shush, quiet.
Bismuth stops to listen carefully to the sound. A moment later, a line of night patrolmen passed by from the corner ahead. They march at ease without stopping, clearly ready for their shift change and the chance to get home. It isn't until they disappear completely that Yenisei's figure reappears in the puddle.
The guards here are more reliable than ours in the Empire. At least they don't get drunk on New Year's Eve. Madam, we are close to the Jutsu.
We didn't prepare anything other than these bottles. Don't cast any skills for now. You need to rest. We don't know what's ahead of us. Hold on. I heard something.
Unlike the neat footsteps of the previous patrol, the distant sound they hear this time is of slower and warier footsteps. The woman and the loose shoe hurriedly dart into the shadow of the nearby eaves.
Staggering footsteps, almost limping. Sounds like this person just tripped and fell. Or drunk.
Probably drunk. Yenisei follows the sound described by Bismuth and looks around.
Chunangse? What is she doing here?
Not far from them, Junangzi hobbles along. She takes 1 step, then pauses, 2 steps, then pauses, and finally stops as she prepares to turn down a narrow alley. She looks completely broken down, as though she had just been in a fight, or perhaps she's just drunk.
Why?
They can hear her talking to herself in the darkness, her voice echoing intermittently against the silently festive street.
Why? No answers for me. How long do I have to wait before I...
Oh wait, you went to the temple, right?
What is she saying? I don't understand at all. Madam, what about him?
Shh. They cannot see whether she's crying or not, but there's soft sobbing that comes out like a whisper. Even so, she clenches her fist as if tightly gripping something.
Is this a mistake?
Amid her silent sobbing, Junyoungzi relaxes relaxes her hand. A long object falls from it and into the puddle on the ground.
Oh, she dropped something and left.
Where did she go?
I don't know if she's going to the tavern, but she has left the port. That's for sure. We should go find out what she dropped.
Yenisei's figure disappears from the puddle, takes 2 steps, turns around and bites on Bismarck's hand, half dragging, half guiding her towards the corner of the alley's entrance, where the light and darkness intersect. Approaching the water, she finally lets go of Bismarck and goes around to the other side. Yenisei then lowers her head as though as to drink from the puddle, and deftly removes a piece of wood from it. She shakes the water off the wooden slab and leans towards Bismarck's hand, and until her friend can grasp it.
It is a wooden chip. Rough surface and some carvings on it. Is this an inscribed text?
Maybe. Please hold it. I'll check the other side. Starting from the round end, there is a person, I guess, at the top. Then there is another person holding a bowl in the middle.
A person holding a bowl in the middle, and then?
Then there is a striped horse at the bottom. What does it mean?
A striped horse.
Lushu.
Getian once said that Lushu has a red mane and the markings of a tiger.
You mean this is a Lushu? But it has no colors.
I mean, it's because it's a carving.
Even if it is a Lushu, why was she crying? From my perspective, Chunangsi is not a bad person. I think she did all these things for a reason. Some kind of burden only known to herself.
Burden?
I'm only guessing. Since we didn't catch her words clearly, there is no conclusion, madam.
That being said, the two of them fall into a shared silence. Since entering the city, the dark cloud of their uncertain future has followed them like a shadow.
Well, there's no easy answer to any question here. We should meet with Mr. Getian before making any further arrangements.
Sure.
The woman and the Lushu walk forward at pace. The two increase their speed, arriving outside the grey walls of the Jitsu courtyard before they might be discovered by another team of night patrollers. The streets in this area are built with high walls surrounding their homes on all sides, so that people walking by can see nothing but stacked bricks.
Stop here. I hear...
It is at this moment that Gichant flies over the Jitsu's courtyard's walls. His wings flutter lighter than the previous 3 times, and he has no intention of stopping until he notices the figure at the foot of the wall.
Mr. Getian?
Or perhaps he had no intention of staying until he heard Bismarck's voice.
It's you.
Gichan perches on a tree by the roadside, tightly clutching branches bearing leaves that have only just begun to wither. The tree's shadow sways, but he goes silent, only stopping as he recognizes the 2 figures below. The ground nearby is flat and long-dried. Without a puddle, Yenisei can only grab hold of Bismarck's hand and tug on it lightly to confirm her guess. Bismarck, so quickly understands. She listens to the sound and walks forward and to one side, eagerly reaching around beneath the tree.
Mr. Getian!
Why are you here?
Did they let you go? Have you seen Zhe Nengze? She was on the street just now.
Whatever speculation you're making, I am leaving.
Oh.
Leaving? Are you going after her?
was not meant to be here in the first place. It's only natural that I should return to the mountain.
Return? But we're not done with Zhenengzi yet. Yenisei and the others are still in the shape of Lushu. She was turned into a Lushu in front of you. Are you going to just let her be?
She has told you everything.
Yes, she did. Now you're the only one who can persuade others to go after Zhenengzi. We are foreigners here. People won't listen to us.
I am left with no other options. Today, at the Zhici, none of us would have gotten away if I hadn't surrendered.
This is a fact that, as an observer of the entire scene, Yenisei cannot deny.
They will only see me as a greater threat if I insist on raising doubts about her. They have known her for a long time, but know nothing about me. My words have no greater effect than yours, for I'm also a foreigner here.
His voice is light, but as gloomy as the night.
Still, you're going to just give it all up before exhausting every possible way to end this?
A wave of swaying tree shadows causes Gichan to fly up on alert. He seems to finally made up his mind to leave.
You need not break my pride. Getians and Miemengs are never meant to get involved in this.
Or a response is issued. The sound of rhythmic footsteps sound, one after another. Out! Whether it is the patrol or some other city personnel, it is enough to immediately alert the vigilant trio. Gichan, though, does not leave. His actions are seemingly not in line with his song.
There are people coming. You...
I knew it.
Now they're gonna, like... I guess it's like from the trailer, they've accused Bismuth and Yenisei to be like with Gichan. So it's like they're gonna be accused as accomplices. A bold and imposing voice sounds out from the spot of the footsteps had been moving toward.
You two are in it together. The merchant identity was only an excuse you made up to enter the city. Isn't that so?
No, please listen to me.
The stories you told Li Jung made no sense at all. How dare you come back like you did nothing and break into the jail?
Yeah, and it's because, you know, Gichan like got out from the dungeon by himself. They didn't, you know, they didn't get him out. It's like, bro.
You go first.
Mr. Gichan!
Bismuth intuits that she shouldn't just run away at the moment. The only one who can help her confirm her assumptions is Gichan. The one being sought for help does not make a sound. He dives from the tree, spreading his wings and casts an immense shadow over the scene. He flies between the patrol and Bismuth, turning his back to them, then spreads his wings even wider until they completely block the view of those behind him. At this moment, he truly seems like a bird of prey.
Lushus are fleet-footed creatures. Get on her back and leave. I'll join you shortly. Go!
Don't you run! Catch them!
Run, Yenisei, run!
I can't wait anymore!
And I
They're
won't
just
lie.
little games.
Feel it pain and know with
Left
regret.
hand up! Now right hand up!
The puppy agreed with your
A tooth
decision.
for a tooth.
Woohoo! Release! They're just little games. Start me up! Rock, rock, rock! Change the world! Nice!
Okay, that's supposed to be the last of them.
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Thou shalt make an atonement for thy sins.
Let's go.
Warning, warning. The puppy is fleeing the scene at its maximum speed.
Thanks to Gichan's cover, the two successfully run from the neighborhood and arrive at the shallow shore on the city outskirts, where Yenisei has now stopped twice before. At this moment, the night seems to have become even darker, without a single star to light the sky, and only faint moonlight trails scattered across the riverbank.
It's been quite a while. Is he?
Yenisei cannot help but think of Gichan's experience at the Jutsu that same morning.
Have faith in him, child. He is able to defend himself, since he managed to escape without others' help. I believe he is not aggressive. He left his wand behind when he tried to save you.
A long period of waiting, pregnant with anxiety, is finally broken by the sound of flapping wings.
Madam!
Gichan crosses over them and stops along the twisted vines, folding his wings and tightly gripping the edges of the tree with his talons. The garment on his head must have split during his fight, and now fully reveals his previously covered expression, one both baffled and tense.
You're here. You seem fine. Do you still intend to leave? Or have you changed your mind?
Besmer follows the sound of movement, turning her head towards where Gichan landed.
No, I'm here for one last thing. When I was imprisoned in Zhici, I heard that Younyangzi would hold a banquet at the tavern tonight, and the Fa Cao was also invited. I'll take the opportunity and get those half Lushus out of there.
Please wait a second, sir.
Yes?
We're not going anywhere. We must release them from the arcane skill and bring them back.
If you don't flee tonight, I'm afraid there will be no better chance for you to leave. Though her true intention is beyond my speculation, I fear the consequences of her action will be severe.
You know full well the consequences.
Certainly.
But you won't help us stop her.
That is not my problem to address. I have done my part.
Then why did you help us get rid of the soldiers and offered to help again?
You're big, Sundere. This question surprises Gichan. He had never thought about it until the moment. He lifts his wings, forming a posture similar to cupping his face, sinking into complete contemplation. After a moment, he conjures up an explanation.
It doesn't suggest my further involvement in this matter.
You are contradicting your own words, sir.
Smart as a point. Gichan lowers his head and looks towards the drying earth near the embankment, out across the river's calm surface.
Very well. I'll put it differently. Look at the street. It is empty tonight. There was a time when people sent lanterns down the river on New Year's Eve. Even the simplest lantern would glow like the moon on the water. Those lanterns, carrying people's wishes, floated down the river. The further they went, the more wishes were granted. Some would cast arcane skills on their lanterns to keep them from getting wet. But most of the lanterns still disappeared in the depths of the mountains or at the waterfalls. I used to look down at the city from the mountaintop, watching those lanterns float down the streams and merge into a light belt in the dark. They were more brilliant and vibrant than the bonfires that were lit up all night in this city.
The Lushu follow Gichan's gaze and looks towards the river, only to see the bare and narrowing river looking more and more like a stream in her eyes. The sad reality of the prison makes it difficult to imagine the scene described in Guchan's words, despite the nostalgia overflowing from his tone. Bismuth feels it too, but the safety of her companions remains a constant concern in her mind.
I'm sorry. I don't understand what you mean. Time is against us.
Now the river has dried up, and the water no longer has vitality. Rainfall is getting scarce, accelerating the dying process. What was given does not compensate for what was lost, so people no longer show up by the river and send their wishes at night. And I have lost my opportunity to watch the light belt. Even so, to this day I haven't fully understood why I was impelled to leave the mountain. I once thought I couldn't bear the sight of those humans being turned into other creatures.
And now you think it's no longer worth the effort to put things back in order?
Yes. You people are no more than passengers in my life, drifting past me like those lanterns in the river. What's more, what is my purpose here if the gods of Sheti they serve don't intend to intervene?
Guchan's words are so full of perplexity that they are almost painful. He poses questions like cutting meat to feed a tiger, knowing that there will be no reward after throwing them out, but still he insists. Yenisei, who had been silent on one side for a long time, seems to understand his feelings, and so she continues to remain silent, only looking at the pitch-black surface of the river. And the river, too, looks back with its own quieting babble.
The lights in the river are gone, and there will be no more in the future.
Yenisei gazes at her reflection of Lucio. It isn't until Gichan says there will be no more, and that she suddenly lifts her hooves and steps into the silent river.
What is she doing?
Of course, Bismarck can also hear the sound of her entering the water, but she only shakes her head. She knows what the girl is going to do. The moment has arrived for her to offer her assistance.
Even shallow water could also be dangerous. She...
Trust her. She knows what she's doing.
The water begins to engulf half of Yenisei's body at the same time her song begins.
What is this?
Colorful dots of light suddenly ignited in the narrow river in front of them, burning like intense flame along with the water's surface. Then the dots of light meandered to the soft riverbank, drifting with the song like travelers on the long river, journeying without end. The place where the light passes through now shines brighter than all the decorations in the city streets, more than many years' worth of river lanterns that had passed through the mountains.
There are river lanterns, yes? I can't see them, but I can feel the light. Are you appreciating them with your own eyes?
I don't.
Faced with such a scene, Guchan is struck dumb. He can sense Yenisei's arcanist origins in her bones, but he cannot even begin to imagine what is happening at this moment.
Mr. Getian, the fact is, you've seen too many people and grown attached to too many things since you left the mountain. They float in your mind, glistening like the river lanterns, and you're saddened by the idea that they will be gone one day, like the lanterns drifting away from your sight. But have you thought that those bright, agile and hope-rising flakes of light would gleam once again? The path of destiny is not always a dead end. It's too soon to give up, Mr. Getian. Here. It is your wand. Put it away, and please give this another thought.
changed his mind. After this, let me check. There are other stuff in the. Wait, actually, I haven't claimed the resources, right? I don't think I've visited the wilderness yet. Yeah, I haven't received the wilderness yet. Someone went go outside. Yeah, I closed the window a bit. Okay, let's continue. In the tavern courtyard at night, the sky is gloomy with the promise of rain yet to fall, and mist shrouds the end of the heads of all present. But the festive atmosphere of the banquet seems unaffected, and the damp mist is easily dispersed by the clamor and high spirits.
Oh, 九娘子, you are welcoming us at the door this year.
Because Li Zheng said... Oh, welcome guys! You're all here!
What's going on? You seem absent-minded. Here, 竹叶 flower seeds. I know this is the only flower you would use to make liquor. And here are 2 festoons with auspicious deer patterns. Not a fancy kind, but I made the pattern myself. Put it on the wall if you want. It will look as lovely as the horse paper cutouts you gave me last year.
Oh dear, this is too much. I'll hang them up right away. Thank you so much.
Oh, don't worry. To be honest, I didn't see that you would be welcoming us at the door. I thought I could sneak in and empty the jars before you showed up.
Most had intended to spend the festival at home, but now they gather here at the generous invitation of Jianangzi. The golden colors of the courtyard displayed for all to see, punctuated by the delicacies and fine liquor on offer. Almost every corner is filled with people, scattered about like sand in the desert, with status and age set aside and all notions of formality cast to the wind.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Nancy.
7, 8, 9. Huh?
Everyone is here.
I'm not sure about that. I haven't counted them up yet.
That might be Fatsao. His family is here. Without him.
Is he still patrolling? This late? Is he still looking for the foreign ladies?
Perhaps. But it is not polite to keep other guests waiting.
I see. Then let's start the party first. I'll save him his liquor.
All right, everyone. The hostess has a toast to make. Please pay attention.
Thank you.
Jianyang's stands up above the crowd, hoping that everyone can see her. Although her mind begins blank, some heartfelt words bubble up, brought to the fore by the encouraging faces below.
Everyone here knows that I can't read and can't say some sweet words like toasting.
Just say whatever you want.
Don't interrupt her, you imbecile.
Oh, all right. Well, where was I?
A toast.
Right, a toast. But I can't do it myself, so I copied a line from the book at the place where I work now. I like how it sounds. I bid thee all to drink and be merry. Do not stay thy hand from thine cup. Hope I didn't pronounce it wrong. It means people should drink and drink more, so you shouldn't say no to it.
Is that so?
Well, whatever. Anyhow.
Without waiting for everyone present to react, she looks up and drinks her bowl dry in a single gulp. Her bowl is now slightly tilted, indicating that it has been emptied. Jianyang's gaze glided over her face, one by one, and finally she laughs with glee.
Bottoms up and fill your cups. Cheers!
Soon the cry of cheers begins to echo through the courtyard, one after another, rising wave by wave until even the festoons on the eaves are shaking.
Cheers! You've always been nice and warm to me since I came here. I can't do anything in return but host this feast. Hope you enjoy the liquor and the dinner. I wish you a peaceful New Year's Eve. May all of your wishes come true in the coming Shuori.
Shuori.
Li Zheng, do you have anything else to say?
A peaceful New Year's Eve would be enough.
Peaceful New Year's Eve. Peaceful New Year's Eve.
Peaceful New Year's Eve.
Zhang sits among them, like a kindly old man from their neighborhood, rather than an imposing governor. The crowd loosened up once again. Shortly after he finishes speaking, the sound of clinking cups and tapping chopsticks continuing to rise and fall.
You did a good job with the toast, Zhou. Looks like you've learned something from those love poems. You must have read them unconsciously after you stuck them on the wall.
Oh, please. That custom is no longer popular in our neighborhood. I'd rather transfer the poem onto a kerchief and make a purse out of it, just like Jiu did. It draws so much attention on the street.
Actually, I still can't read what they write on the purse, but the characters seem beautiful.
What about the one you recited during the toast? You sounded really fluent. Who taught that to you?
Oh, that's from the former Zhili, the one who went back to her hometown. She taught me that.
Speaking of her, is she going to come back?
I didn't know any better, but by now she should be at home, having New Year's Eve dinner.
Did you hear from her? If she doesn't come back, you will have to work as the official Zhili. Who will take care of the tavern by then? The tavern has never had a reliable owner before you. It would have still been run down if you hadn't taken over it.
Jiu is kind and warm-hearted. Such a girl of integrity can perform well in both running a tavern and being a Zhili.
You have high regard for her, Li Zhen. Are you telling the truth or showing partiality?
The truth, of course. What she said in the Jersu a few hours ago is still vivid in my mind. I once again realized that it's never too late to learn.
No. I'm not as good as you say.
What did she say?
Things like, one can remove the footsteps, but not the path one walketh on. Act not against the nature of thy flesh, for through it all things were made. She made it sound easy.
The crowd erupts in a series of alarm cries.
Really?
Absolutely. She is indeed illiterate, but she keeps learning and interprets the classic sayings in her own way. Even if there were other scholars, they would be convinced by her powerful speech. Sadly, the one she confronted was not a human, but a Yao.
Confronted a Yao in the Zhici? Was that the Featherman?
She thought the Featherman was Zhang and asked him some questions.
You actually asked him questions? He could have turned you into another striped horse.
He couldn't unless she was already one.
I didn't think of that back then. This is the first time I've ever been so close to a Yao. He looks so similar to the ones in the books, so I...
Jiunyangzi, where are you?
The rapid sound of footsteps approaches, and their leader's figure steps into the tavern in several broad and forceful steps. The abrupt sound severs the excitement in the courtyard.
What? What happened?
What is...
Where is Jiunyangzi?
Here! I'm here! What's happening?
Turns out those foreign ladies have been in league with Gu Qian the whole time. They helped him break out of jail and hid themselves in the wild with their arcane skills. I'm sure it will rain again soon, and it will be dangerous to stay in the wild. By then, they will come to you, because you are the Featherman's target.
In the courtyard, the crowd's gaze follow Fa Chao's closely, while Fa Chao's own eyes are fixed on Yunyangzi. They realize now that some word of resistance is on her tongue.
What? Jiunyangzi, you... You must leave here. You can't stay in the tavern.
But it's my tavern. Why am I leaving my own place?
You are in danger. Since Gu Qian was able to break out of jail, he will for sure be able to break into the Zhici. For your safety, I will have my soldiers escort you to the government office. That's the only safe place now.
No, I'm not leaving. He is neither a Xiangrui nor a strong Yao. Why are we afraid of him?
Nikasun. This, like, I've been noticing like a pattern from this event story. It's like, as soon as they like finish speaking, it's like yes, the spoken like person just disappears. The new arrival spreads its wings like a dark cloud, blanketing the courtyard's colorful decorations and dazzling lights.
Watch out!
She's right. You need not fear me. This lady honor of the tavern is the bigger concern here. Formation 1!
The well-trained guards surround the tavern, and the sound of running, trampling feet echoes through the courtyard.
I knew you would come for her. Where are your accomplices? Are you the vanguard of the team?
Jiunyangzi, it's not too late for you to stop. No more turning people into a Lushu. Too many people have gone missing because of you.
This information, unknown prison, hits like a stone cast into water. Questions and whispers begin to circulate through the crowd like ripples in the pond.
Turn people into a Lushu? But the wanted poster says those are striped horses.
What is he talking about?
Jiunyangzi looks up into the air and stares straight at the looming figure of Guqian above her.
What are you talking about? You know nothing about Lushus. Besides, what do I have to do with the missing people?
He's talking nonsense, right, Jiunyangzi?
Save the talk. Catch him first.
Fight, fight, fight! Oh, not this. Okay. I forgot it's only a story only set. Oh, there you go. So we are fighting.
I can't wait anymore.
Why Guchan?
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Pay for thy sins with thy blood.
Damn.
Stop me up.
I guess probably because we've been reading this on Jiunang's POV.
Woohoo! Release! Hip hip! Hooray!
What's that? What's going on? The uninvited guest is not willing to attack, even in his own defense, so a one-sided battle ensues. It is only natural that the side resigned to only evading will eventually lose.
Surrender, and dispel your arcane skill. Turn the victims back to who they were.
At this moment, Bismuth and Yenisei rush to the edge of the encirclement. The communication arcane skill that Yuchan cast on them earlier is quietly translating the words for people.
We will put an end to it before the Shuori.
But I don't possess the power to transform people from one shape to another, and thus cannot turn them back. You're asking the wrong one.
Yuchan struggles to hold on and rest on the eaves, still looking directly at Jianyangzi with some hidden meaning. But Jianyangzi shows no hint of understanding, simply looking back with a placid anger. Her look is so forceful that it's almost a glare.
Why do you have to blame this on me? I've never met those missing people, and I have no idea what you're talking about. Is this because... Did you have a grudge against me or something?
Nothing of that sort. I'm here only to prevent an unwanted escalation. I could have just walked away, and there's nothing you can do. I could have gone to other mountains, and life would have continued as it has always been. But for those who have been turned into half-Lushus, no one can get them out of this trouble.
Jianyangzi stands stunned before him. After a moment, she struggles out an accusatory remark, but her voice trembles slightly.
Been turned into half-Lushus? Are you saying that the animals in my backyard and those in the Jitsu, are they all the missing people? But I thought they were just Lushus. The first time I saw them, it was clear that we were alike. We're just some half-divine beasts.
The crowd is thrown into a commotion. She turns a deaf ear to them and once again stares blankly at Yuchan.
So they must not be humans. I've done nothing to transform them. I'm just taking good care of them so that they can tell me where they're from, and if they can, take me home.
Wait, what? Her trembling words usher in a silence. Yuchan, who knows she has already begun to waver, can only sigh. It seems he is starting to see the whole picture for what it is.
The Niuyang Mountain shelters the beasts. The beasts have white heads, red tails, the bodies of horses, and the markings of tigers. When they neigh, the sound becomes music. The name is Lushu. The striped horses you keep in the yard are half Lushus. They look like what's told in the tales, and they cry like humming songs in the moonlight. And the wooden dolls infuse your arcane skill, the shape of will, into the liquor, which turns people into Lushus or half Lushu. As for the dolls, they were once soaked in the water of Peiling River. Were they not?
The stream runs through the backyard. No, No way. They went there just for fun, or a bath. They should not...
Beyond the encirclement formed by patrolling troops, Besmer judges the course of events through the sound of people's voices. Junyoungzi falls silent. The seed of suspicion have been planted, and it is now time for witnesses to take a stand. Hidden in the crowd, Zetto crashes into the soldiers on both sides of her. Sharp swords and spears brush over the luscious skin, but she seems completely unfazed, charging straight forward the direction of the water jar.
What? Who let it in? Catch it!
The water leaking from the jar creates puddles in the crevices of the courtyard. Although it isn't much, it is still enough to buy some time.
Wait!
It's you!
Zheng immediately looks up at Yuchan, as though wishing to catch a glimpse of the arcane skill cast from his still figure, only to find nothing there.
The markings of a tiger and a red mane. Exactly what the Featherman said. But its reflection is a woman?
A gasp sound from the crowd.
Oh my, the reflection. Is that the foreign lady from the street earlier?
Junyoungzi also casts a bewildered gaze towards Zetto.
You are a Lushu. You're a real Lushu now. This is what a Lushu should be. But why are you still here?
I don't see what you mean, Miss Junyoungzi.
Oh, you're hurt. And you shouldn't be here. It's not right.
She lightly taps the pool of water with her hands, suiting the invisible reflection of herself.
I thought you were able to recognize your teammates and had already left here.
Wait, what?
Oshumun.
I get it.
Even Yennese's reflection in the water ripples in response to sudden realization.
Junyoungzi, you turned me into a Lushu because you thought that would help me find my teammates, didn't you? Last night, you said you would help me, so this is how you... But I was not asking for help. I was only being emotional, or pouring out my troubles. Anyway, I was not asking for anything from you. From the talk, I could feel the sincerity from the bottom of your heart. It was too real to be fake. I understand you were trying to help, and that was enough.
But I don't understand. The Taoist said, the one who can protect and benefit the people shall be a Xiangrui. If you can, but you don't, that would be wrong. I've done a terrible job. I'm not that majestic, nor do I look like any Xiangruis in the book. I can't even turn into a real Lushu. How is that enough?
She shakes her head and takes 2 steps back until she can retreat no longer and collides with a motionless patrol guard.
Junyoungzi, I think you need to tell us everything.
Li Jiang, who has been standing nearby, now speaks, his tone intensifying as he goes on.
Have you ever transformed people into Lushus?
Junyoungzi turns her head, only to find that everyone's gaze has now shifted towards her, needling her with probing eyes.
Answer us!
I swear that I was trying to help everyone get what they want, just like the former Zhili. She wanted to go back to her hometown, so I offered her a drink and sent her back.
Junyoungzi, do you understand what you are saying?
I understand every word I say.
Her reaction says more than any confession. Every sentence is a declaration. Every sentence is an interrogation.
Junyoungzi, what have you done?
You should have asked this a lot earlier.
What did you do to the Zhili?
With Li Jiang, who has always trusted her, turning on her in anger, Jianyang's reaction is to grab her own arm tightly, as if for protection. She wants to step back again to keep herself away from the intense emotion, but there's nowhere left for her to go. All she can do now is answer.
She came to my tavern and complained that you didn't understand her at all, and that she was considering going back to her hometown, but it seemed far away from Pei City. She looked sad and tired, and didn't know what to do.
So you...
I must grant her wish. Mustn't I? The Taoist said a Lushu can easily go 1,000 miles within a day. If they start running, go faster, that will be over 10,000 miles. If that's how I can help her, I should definitely do that.
You...
Jianyang's lowers her eyes, trying to find more suitable words for her confession, but in the end, only a knot of confused sadness fills her throat.
Just like now. If the Peiling River dries out, you have nowhere to go. Just turn into Lushus, and then you won't suffer. Lushus can go anywhere they want. To the north, to the south, wherever they want. I can grant your wish differently, even if I can't recover the river from drought. I was thinking going away freely might be a good choice. But in the end, what I'm doing is wrong?
For a moment, almost everyone is at loss for how to deal with this revelation. Every sentence seems to them to be absurdly wrong, but the tone with which she speaks is completely sincere. Yet no matter what explanation she might offer, it only reveals that the true culprit of this disappearance was in fact Jianyangzi herself.
Jianyangzi, you...
No one familiar with Jianyangzi anticipated this moment, that on the eve of the festival, a time of joy and reunion, they have to come to grips with the colossal disasters caused by a simple act of childishness.
But if not by doing this, then what else can I do?
This matter is too chilling and heartbreaking for an early spring night. Yenisei, who had remained silent for a long time, takes a step forward.
Jianyangzi, remember what you said to me last night? Liquor has many different names, but they're still liquor. You can put on many different clothes, but you will still be the same Jianyangzi. Likewise, whether you turn me into a horse, a donkey, or a lushu, I will still be the same Yenisei. You don't have to force yourself to become the people's Zhang-rei. I think it's only an unreachable symbol. What matters is that the Jianyangzi I know would do whatever she could to help others. That's just what the Zhang-rei does, as far as I know. Even though some results turned out to be not so satisfying, your sincerity is as valuable as the Zhang-rei itself. So now, you just need to turn us all back.
Yes, so turn back. Where no path lies before you, it's never too late to return.
Seeing Li Jiang, who has been silent for a while now, nodding, Jianyang's worried expression begins to stifle a few beams of hope.
I will do my best.
Jianyangzi turns around and whistles. Immediately after, the sound of wooden footsteps follow and gradually echoes around the courtyard. They circle in and silently jump around her.
Alright, you can talk now. It's okay. What?
These handicrafts are able to talk? How could you be manipulated by them, Jianyangzi?
No, you're getting it wrong. Don't save me. Li Jiang, I'm not manipulated. They're just wood. Well, they're indeed my friends. No. That's not for now. They just talk like that. That's not what they mean.
The elder's patience teeters now on the verge of exhaustion, yet his responsibilities force him to stay calm and wait patiently for the end of this farce.
This shall be the last time I put my trust in you. Ask them how to transform people back. But if you can't...
Junyangzi knows that there can be no can't allowed at this juncture. She turns her head to look at the patrolmen surrounding the entire courtyard, and the locals with their fearful faces. Finally, she shakes her head to clear her mind of any unnecessary emotions and focuses on just one thing.
You heard him. Now, please tell me how to turn them back into humans, will you? If it requires liquor, I'll get it for you.
Wait, no way. Winston, no turning back. The white-haired Taoist, the yellow drawing on forehead. You forgot.
The Taoist? I didn't forget anything. And you... I see. You must be messing with me because I treated you badly this morning. This is your revenge, right? It's not the time for it. I really need you to...
No way.
No, there must be a way. I must be able to dispel my own craft.
At the end of her somewhat lackluster speech, her voice weakens to a whimper, an acknowledgement that there is no way out.
You must come to the jutsu with me, Junyangzi. We'll see what we can do.
He signals to the patrol soldiers to come forward and take her away. At this moment, Junyangzi no longer seems willing to cooperate and instead takes another step back.
I'm sorry, but I must fix it. I can fix it. This is all because of me. I need to...
She makes a ritual gesture, attempting one final desperate act of self-salvation.
I will think carefully. Think of what I did before. I can do it. I can do it without them.
No! Very writhing pain!
A dim light emanates from her forehead like moonlight or the silver stripes on the luscious skin in the dead of night. The sound of more wooden dolls leaping wildly rings out. They emerge from various corners of the courtyard, breaking through the encirclement of patrol soldiers and locals with unexpected force, heading straight towards Junyangzi. The miniature wooden creations begin to grow rapidly in a twisted transformation before Junyangzi, who is now overwhelmed by a sudden burst of pain. They shift from a human form into a strange enormous beast. To this point, everything has proceeded almost exactly like the prophecy. Okay, boss fight. It can be the Hulker. Oh, я have say.
Пожалуйста, пропустите меня.
But she's weaker though. Oh, fine. Yo, this looks so cool though.
We float with our souls at sea in the morning.
Just two of them, holy shit. Yeah, she's so confused right now. Resume. This is a recovery though. A single target recovery.
An eye for an eye.
That's the direction.
Feel it, pain, and know with regret.
Prepare to be drowned.
The crimson red manifests fire, and the cyan stands for...
Sir, if you notice anything, please instruct us.
The southeast will be the weak spot of the cyan-colored wooden creature.
What southeast? Please make it clearer to us. We're running out of time.
Facing the south and seeing the moon rise to the southeast, one may find the position of Kainu. I see the fire appears along, so the ritual has a flaw. Move with me. Is this... Careful. It is performing some kind of ritual, but we are getting too close. I need a full view of it.
What are you doing? You can't just...
I sense danger. Jiu Niangzi, stop the dolls immediately if you still have senses.
I can't. What? Stop whom, you said? My wooden dolls will never hurt anyone. Just like me.
A tooth for a tooth.
They're just little games. Start me up.
Feel it, pain, and know with regret.
Rock, rock, rock. Change the world. Woohoo! Release.
Oh, not the disarm.
An eye for an eye.
Are you ready to be blinded?
Noble or lowly, sin shall be
An
punished.
earth-suspended river.
Are you ready to shake? Woohoo! Release!
That's the direction.
Off thousand. An eye for an eye.
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Пусть le naufragé choque вместе с водой.
Thou shalt make an atonement for thy sins in full. The law is above all else.
Bro, I like the BGM, holy shit. Okay. I mean, there's one way to... Okay, it's just gonna take one. Okay.
They're just little games.
Yeah, there you go.
Start me up.
The turbulence arrives.
Left hand up. Now right hand up. Light.
Yes! Mass buff grants a shield, grants immunity to the target surface, grants steel visual flow. Okay. Can't we get... To be fair, I guess we can just tank it. So
That's the
this,
direction. The
this,
flood is coming.
this,
Are you ready to be blinded?
Prepare to be drowned.
Worry not. The direction of fate is decided. Are you ready to shake? Woohoo! Release!
Okay, incoming.
Don't
Ooh.
touch my bag!
That's nasty. Okay, we have global heal. Oh, now it's that one's turn. That.
A tooth for a tooth.
That's the direction.
The puppy agreed with your decision.
The law is above all
Look,
else.
an earth suspended river.
Incoming.
Peace and love! Peace and
Oh
Peace and
dear.
love! Peace and love!
Okay.
An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth.
Краще му слуги.
An eye for an eye.
The turbulence arrives.
Next. Oh dear. You did say. Oh shit. We don't have enough heals for this. I think we should shuffle.
That's the direction.
Off guard.
The puppy agreed with your decision.
Look, an earth suspended river.
Thou shalt make an atonement for thy sins in full.
No. Oh dear.
A tooth for a tooth. The law is above all else.
Jeez, the passive. It hurts a lot. Holy shit. We don't have any heals right now.
An eye for an eye.
Holy shit, I thought I was gonna lose.
sorry. Mommy, I'm sorry.
The dolls are no longer moving, are they? I heard no noise.
They aren't. No more dog or ritual. It's over. Let your Jiu wake up, Jiu
I heard something. They didn't say goodbye and they left me, right? Yeah, right. Like always.
Hip hip! Hooray!
Oh. Jiunliangzi sits slumped in the debris of the wooden doll smashed through everyone's joint efforts, the pain fading from her face, leaving only a desperate look of despair. She holds the fragments of wood, helpless as though she were that weak and panicked girl in the bustling marketplace once more.
Seems what they said is true. I can't do it. I just want everything to be back to normal. Is that too much?
There should have been ways to undo it. But now, even I am confounded. Your pain is real. Then...
Beside the broken water jar, Yenisei looks toward Bismarck, who seems to feel something and gently breaks free from the stupefied patrol soldiers. The static courtyard is like a frozen scene, and Bismarck is the only actor, walking freely on stage. Not being able to see the danger gives her an unworldly calm.
You said you can't do it. Not that you don't want to, right? The arcane skill with conditions cannot be taken back once it is cast. Just like the irretrievable curses and vows in Siberian shamanism.
I can see some markings on this girl's skull, like an unknown seal. I've been speculating about what caused limitation of her power. This may be the reason why she's in pain. A seal powerful enough to change one's marking on the bones is not to be easily broken.
Skull?
Junyanzi raises her hand and touches her forehead. The yellow drawing upon it should have been swept away by this sudden movement, forming a colorful mark or something else, but it doesn't.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Her exploration bearing no fruit, Junyanzi wearily withdraws her hand and gives up her investigation.
I can't. I can turn them into Lushus, but not the opposite way. Maybe I can't be a Xiangrui at all. I'm not qualified.
At this point, the story has entered an unsolvable impasse.
Alright. There's one more question that seems to be overlooked by us all. How many people have drunk Zhenengzi's liquor in the merry festival spirit?
All of them. You still have like 4 chapters left. Is that really the boss fight? Holy shit. Okay, I won't stream yet, but I'll be pulling up the BRB screen. I'm just gonna go eat lunch. It has already been like almost 2 hours past lunch on my end, so yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Alright. So, shoot, finish the story. So I'd already been past 3 hours. When the voice of this outsider fades, the faded hour also arrives. Those among the crowd who drank the liquor undergo a transformation amidst chaotic screams, as each and every one of them becomes a Lushu. Jinyuze watches this irreversible scene. She is unaware that the tears are already flowing down her face. She has made no progress at all. Everything is no different now that it was a few years ago. When she was even more reckless and naive.
The Taoist told me that my mother was the 9th Lushu from the very beginning of time. Great, though distant. After all, except for the moment she turned from a human into a Yao when she was leaving, I don't quite remember her.
Your mother was the Xiangrui, the people's guardian.
What is a Xiangrui?
The spirit of auspiciousness, the great Yao who protects and benefits people. Like your mother once did. But a Xiangrui is not supposed to have any personal feelings. She fell because of you. Because of the personal feeling. Remember that.
What is a personal feeling?
It's something she shouldn't have had. For you, either. But you shall keep to the path she left.
What path? Is it like the dirt path we're walking on? Or the stone path around the house?
Neither. Stay in the city. Be their guardian. Be a Xiangrui. You shall understand when the day comes.
The Taoist brought me here and left me here. That's exactly what my mother, the former Xiangrui, did to me as well. So I took departure as the price of living in the human world. Before I came to Pei City, the Taoist guaranteed me that be a Xiangrui, and then you will understand her. How alluring was that? That's why I chose to stay here. At first, I couldn't stop thinking about what the Taoist said, but I had no idea how. Because I was never taught how by anyone. I didn't have any other choice, so I started to recall my mother by piecing together the scattered words and descriptions from books and legends to recall what a Xiangrui is. I tried to be her, tried to replace her. Just to meet her once again. If I got to meet her, I would ask her, What was on your mind? If only you could see me doing such a great job as a Xiangrui, would you feel even the slightest twinge of guilt? For deserting me, for leaving me alone?
No.
Well, looks like I've neither truly understood her, nor a Xiangrui.
Between the two people standing in the courtyard walkway in the silent rain, a decision is made.
Yangzi, are you really going to...
As someone who has always been steadfast in his will, he rarely hesitates. He doesn't know which words to use to emphasize the danger of this matter to the person in front of him, or whether all words are powerless before her final choice. And so ultimately he remains silent.
It's fine. I know there's no one who could jump over it. In order to stop me, Li Zheng even told me some stories, and they were not very suitable for children. But I have to, because there's no other way. Only the divination. Well, you can't talk about Shuori without the divination, right?
Not gonna pour.
Thank you for letting me go. You even brought me the clothes. But the Julie is not here. I'm not sure if I'm wearing it right. But it's okay. Even if it's wrong, it still looks new and colorful.
Past the hem of the skirt, her skirt aimlessly, then folds the cuffs, and finally folds back the silk drapes once more. She cannot find anything else to fix. Her farewell rises to the tip of her tongue.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. I'm leaving. Then.
Jiunengzi steps back and places her hands beneath her forehead, palm to back. She bows farewell to Fa Chao in the hallway, and the Lu Shu turned from Li Jin. A gesture of gratitude and an apology. She has never performed such a ritual before. This will be the first and last time.
Perhaps we will find another way. You don't have to.
He doesn't finish, because anything he wants to say would be untrue. An example of unwarranted comfort from a survivor toward their aggressor. And so, Jiunengzi says nothing. She shakes her head as if she hadn't even heard his proposal, retreating into the rain, and then turns around and walks towards the outside of Jutsu. Her footsteps had never been so relaxed before, with each step becoming faster and faster, almost evolving into a sprint toward the end. She runs toward the outside the city, but not to escape. The rain has not stopped since the previous night. Outside the city, Bismuth and Yenisei stand at the end of the broken bridge, gazing at the misty bank opposite of them. Guqian is perched on a tree above their heads. He has been here all along, arriving earlier than the others.
Mr. Guqian, we are left with only one option, which is to stand here and pray for her. Correct? Pray that the Ask and Acquire, or the divination, will answer us and give us what we want in a flash. But is it really possible?
I think not. We should go.
Bismuth listens to the advancing footsteps around her, emanating from all those who are walking toward the broken bridge, still remembering the auspicious significance of this New Year's Day. At first, she tries to distinguish the voices that might be Pachao and the others. But as the rain grows heavier and louder, she finally gives up.
I heard today is a special day for the locals, known as Sui Jiao Chuan. Mr. Getien, what is Sui Jiao Chuan?
Bismuth holds her wet fringe to one side and tilts the old umbrella towards Yenisei. Delushu silently approaches and leans against her tightly.
It comes from an Asian proverb. 百载难逢，岁朝春. It's the first day of a new year, and the first day of spring. 立春, the beginning of spring, corresponds to the lower trigram of Kan, in the direction of Gen. It is the season of life, a time when the weather is clear and young fills the air.
They are pleasing to the ears, but I don't know what to make of it when all these are put together.
立春 is one of the 24 solar terms. It signifies the beginning of spring. 岁朝春 is how people would call it when the first day of the Du Shuo festival and the first day of spring happen to be the same day. It is a once-in-a-century good sign.
Indeed. It's also the first day of a new year. I like the coincidence.
Do you still find it equally pleasing if your teammates are not coming back?
Then I will take them home as they are now and see what I can do. I know the words are hidden behind your silence, but this is the best option for now. After all, as you just said, prayers are not enough to bring them back.
They could, for a time.
But that's only what happened in the past. As you just said, good days only exist in our memories.
That was before the flood. The aftermath of that disaster lasted longer than I thought.
No, what's this?
I was so wrong to think it was over.
Besmer looks up. A drop of rain falls right onto the fabric she uses to cover her eyes. Then more falls and more, gradually wetting the entire leaf surface. She listens without intending any comment.
It all began with the unstoppable flood. At first, it was just a few unusual tides that no one noticed. Then, the flood came, followed by the destruction of the bridge. The temple on the mountain thus lost its connection to its pilgrims. The prayers were no longer answered. I do not understand what caused all these things. My people left the mountain to help with the situation, but they never came back. And now, even this river beneath us is gone, just like the Yuan Temple, forever lost in the fog.
Behind them, the city residents gradually approach the carved words of divination into the wooden sticks in their hands, just as they had in previous years. They are prepared for the fact that there may not be an answer to their questions, but they know nothing of the reason why. Bismuth feels the weight of the growing crowd. They gather and write in the rain, working tirelessly for a long time. Is it the eternal fate of humans and arcanists to act upon desires they know cannot be realized?
It's useless. The god won't hear us, nor will it see us.
Please know that I don't mean to offend you with this question.
Please.
Can't you take those people to the other end of the bridge? If the condition of the divination is to go across the broken bridge.
Though we're both outsiders in this place, you are more naive than I am.
Huh?
What?
One can only meet the condition by going over the bridge oneself, even if the price is their life. You might think it's cruel, but what good would it do if people were easily given what they asked for, without paying a price? Wouldn't it make other suffering a joke?
If you were looking at it sentimentally, yeah. Guchan lowers his head to look at Bismuth and the quiet Yenisei beside him, thinking that they perhaps do not believe his words. He rarely needs to say so much to others in such a short space of time, but since he has already started, he might as well finish.
You don't believe me?
I'm trying to understand.
It's all the same. I can take you to the other side of the bridge, but you must not be disappointed if it ends up fruitless.
Pardon?
I can take you there.
Why? Why the change of mind?
Haven't I mentioned it before?
Mentioned what?
Your bones. Among all the others, you are the only one for whom I do not recognize the markings on your bones.
Okay, there might be something. This new discovery swiftly draws Bismuth's attention away from the broken bridge.
What is that supposed to mean?
Judging from the fact that you have unreadable bones, you are certainly neither a Yao nor a human. A Grumpkin? No.
Oh, I'm also an arcanist.
My instinct told me that I should flee to the end of the world the moment I saw you.
You did run away, along with my poor teammates, who were turned into Lushus.
Oh.
I could not have imagined being around someone with unreadable bones. Turns out, it wasn't as strange as I thought it would be.
Not much difference, you mean? Like the people here believe that there's no difference between humans and arcanists, which makes me very surprised.
Based on the bones I've seen, they are different. It's just that.
Doesn't make a difference, right? We are the same when we desire something.
Bismuth turns her face toward where the people are moving. She holds her face as if firmly staring at something despite her lack of sight.
I wasn't questioning you or the temple when I asked you about flying to the other side. I wasn't even questioning the strange condition of this arcane skill.
What do you mean?
I was running out of options, I guess. It was just some futile effort I made when I realized this was a dead end. But I have no idea how it got to this point.
Besmer makes her decision. She lifts the oiled umbrella and sticks it between the branches above her head, walking out from beneath its cover, heading toward the people carving sticks in the rain. Yenisei does not stop either. She follows behind Bismarck, just as she has been doing since their departure.
Where are you going?
I have questions to ask.
Even if there are no answers?
Yes. I think it is the same for all these people. They keep asking, even though they hear no answers.
Besmert walks forward, almost reaching the broken bridge, until Yenisei grabs her sleeve.
It's okay. I know what you're going to say.
Yenisei reveals her image in the rain. The surface of the water is slightly pattered by the raindrops, and her face is rippled by their falling. Fortunately, her heart is no longer swaying like her reflection.
How are you going to do it? We don't have any wooden chips like that.
I will use my finger, mud, and water on the ground. You can ask too. Whatever means you use.
What I want to know.
Bismarck crouches down and pokes her index finger into the soft mud, writing a few Cyrillic letters, then others, and then still more. By the time she finishes writing the entire question, the first letters have already been eaten by the heavy rain, like seawater washing away etchings on the beach.
Child, what's your question? Say it if you like.
I think I will write it down.
Yenisei doesn't believe that doing so will have a purpose, but she cannot refuse Bismarck. As she gazes at her face in the pool of water, she once again activates her arcane skill and asks the question that has been waiting in her heart. What? I think it's written in Russian. The red-haired girl suddenly disappears from the pool of water in front of her. Instead, a line of Cyrillic letters composed of warm-colored dots appear on the clear water surface. The girl looks at the water and realizes that the line of words doesn't even need to be fully legible. Rain pounds and waves rise. The water trembles with her question. Where is my water? The sudden emergence of more animal footsteps prevent Yenisei from becoming lost in deeper thought. The red-haired girl reappears in the water, her tone as unsparing as usual.
Are they still going to carry out the fortune walk?
Yenisei turns around. These animals, neither Lucius nor striped horses, have left the city's unattended jutsu and coincidentally arrive here. They are stood there, naked and tired, unadorned in any festive decorations. The ribbons and flowers Yenisei had seen on the first day in the bustling market have disappeared, not suitable for the present situation after all.
They are carrying wooden chips in their mouths.
They're all here, right?
Yes. With the wooden chips. They are here for the divination. But the chips are empty.
They will have to ask in their minds.
What would you like me to do?
You can be their mouths, hands, and eyes. You can also do nothing. Just like the good sir waiting behind us.
Gichan remains in the tree and thus sees everything. His wings have become damp and heavy from the rain, and the cloth on his head is soaked, pressing down heavily as if dragging him back down to the ground, back into the mud, back to the places where the world began. He doesn't move, silently taking stock of everything that happened under that tree.
I see. If they are here for the divination, I will help.
There are many puddles on the uneven ground. After a brief flicker of light, faces begin to appear in the water. They fade again one by one, forming in long or short sentences, though Yenisei cannot understand them. This is all she can do. She continues to look for a while, then forces herself to turn around and search for BIRDMAN.
Madam, after we go back,
BIRDMAN smiles, shakes her head gently, and halts the girl's words. BIRDMAN turns around, seeming to be facing Guchan's direction, back to the city gates from where everyone came. She can sense a steady stream of energy flowing towards some destination.
You're wrong. It can hear us.
Gichan is in the tree, shaking off his wings like a swallow, shaking off the reasons for making him feel so excessively damp. He knows that BIRDMAN must not be talking to him, as the blind arcanist continues to work in vain. But then he is wrong yet again.
Who is that?
Dun, 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 dun. The sound everyone present can hear becomes like, oh god dang it. All they see is a red dress swiftly passing over them all. It's Junangzi. Oh, instead of a chip, she's carrying a scroll. Turn into Lushu? Both those familiar and unfamiliar with her quickly realize her identity despite the change. Why did she do it? Did she really jump over the broken bridge? What could have possibly happened to her after doing so? A myriad of questions hovers in the minds of the confounded witness.
It was her. The noise I heard. It was Junangzi, right? It was an unusual disturbance when she jumped over the bridge.
That was Jiunyangzi. Mr. Liu, did you see that?
Yes, that's her. That's really her. High heaven, she did it. She jumped over.
In shock, someone hurriedly pokes their head towards the opposite bank of the broken bridge, but stops and withdraws at the cliff's edge. They are seeking a definite answer, but fear the steepness and height of the cliff. Naturally, they never imagined someone might cross it.
That... That's right! It's Junangzi! I saw her turn into a Lushu! Madam, she turned into a real Lushu!
The people are back! In the river!
The river! The Pele River is rising!
Beneath the cliff no longer lies a canyon or a low river, but a constantly rising torrent.
I can talk! My body's... What's happening?
The people finally react. They look at each other excitedly, a red light illuminating their faces, like the dazzling courtyard fire beneath the festival walkways, or the strip of light that appears on the river before. Their divine wishes have been granted.
Wait, my body is back?
Yenisei almost leaps into the air to embrace BIRDMAN.
Junangzi, she jumped over the bridge. She jumped over, in the human form. She didn't fall. I'm not sure if I saw it clearly. I think for an instant, she turned into a real Lushu. Is this the power of the divination? The magic of Ask in the choir? Oh wait, the people in the city have come back. So maybe...
A voice now long unheard also sounds from beside them.
What the?
Oh.
What's going on? Oh, my head hurts.
Mr. Krolik!
In the crowd, all the companions they had once lost are now returned to them.
Oh dear. I had the strangest dream.
Wait, they don't remember what happened?
And Mr. Urian! Everyone! They are over there! Madam, let's go see them!
Without waiting for an answer, Inese waves from a distance and immediately runs towards them.
Here! We are here!
Bai Zai Nun Feng Sai Jiao Chun. It's indeed a rare occasion.
Previously, we were at...
陆蛇, the Xiangrui came to the human world to go through the gods test, but she repented.
Exactly. She had been troubled by the repentance until the New Year's Eve. That night, her tutor straightened her out, and she was very grateful. After that, she bid him goodbye and went to the broken bridge alone. However, ladies and gentlemen, the Shuori this year happened to be the beginning of spring. Such a coincidence happens only once every 100 years. On this particular day, the thunderstorm was raging, and all the strangest things happened. The cliff was shrouded in confusing fog, and below was a bottomless abyss. No one had ever jumped over the bridge successfully. Yet, the Lushu decided to make an attempt for the sake of the people who believed in her. She was determined to retrieve the tortoiseshell divination.
That's not it. She used the wooden chip, not the tortoise shell.
You've told this story for many times and still getting it wrong? You have to admit you're not young anymore.
Well, there's no such thing as a perfect story. Adaptations are always allowed, right? Please, pretend you didn't hear me and forget about it.
Give me a break. He's telling that story again? I thought he'd be done with it after last time. I even bought a ticket.
Last time? When? Last year? Did you sleep for a whole year?
I hear you, gentleman in blue.
Now he's listening.
You know, you are part of the story, just like me.
Me? What do you mean?
Listen and you'll know. So, the Lushu jumped over the bridge, awakened the Yuan Temple, and revived the Peilin River. As a result, more and more people come to the Pei City at festivals. So I start telling stories again. As for you, the Lushu took over your tavern and turned you into her kind because you were an unscrupulous profiteer. You gave short weight to the people. That caused the decline of your business. Yet, you blamed it on the poor harvest.
Wait, that was the tavern owner. It's like the original tavern owner of the fruit.
But I think the Lushu saved you from the plight. She ran the tavern for you, and you had a good sleep during that time. In a word, you did nothing good. But things ended up well for you.
What? No way! I want that too. If only somebody could finish my essay when I fall asleep.
No.
Already writing a political essay at this age? You have a promising future, young man. But I think you should go home now and get some sleep. You need to rest well so you can continue with your studies tomorrow. After all, the essay matters much more than the story. Right?
Okay. Amidst the festive hustle and bustle, a farewell brews in front of the city gates. This is the place from which people come and people go.
I have so many things to write about this time. Enough for me to write a travel note. What should I call it? Travel in the East? Journey to Pei City?
Neither of them sounds good. There are already too many travels and journeys. I think you are different from those others, madam. So...
Guchen escorts the group to a spot near the city gate, where the road splits into two. On one side lies the road up the mountain, and the other lies the road down. He slowly descends to the ground, standing still, stiff and slightly uncomfortable. The human companions of the two arcanists retreat in caution and fear from the strange bird creature.
Indeed. Unlike others, the two of you have experienced it in its entirety.
What do you mean?
Hey, is Guchen smiling?
There was a beginning, and now here is an end. Forget not where you came from at the end. This is the entirety.
Yo. He is actually smiling up the head.
Thus, happiness is found.
I'm sorry that I still don't understand your riddles.
That's no matter.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can we go? I really want to go home right away.
Ah, then we shall.
And to be fair, they've already done their purpose. Their purpose of their travel was to investigate about the ask and acquire arcanist spell incantation. Yeah.
Please wait. There's one more thing.
Certainly. Please.
The questions you asked, have you had the answers?
I'm not sure.
What do you mean?
When Zherneng Sir jumped over the bridge, Yenisei saw a pattern being formed where I wrote my question. We didn't understand it. It didn't bother us either. Perhaps because there was no answer to my question.
A question is asked, and a divination is made. What you saw might be a hexagram, not the interpretation of it. Do you still remember what it looks like?
Yenisei thinks for a moment and used the rock hammer handle to draw crooked and twisted lines in the sand, with occasional breaks in the middle of them.
It changed a little, and ended up like this.
The hexagram of water and fire. I'd assume this belongs to an elderly person. What about yours?
Yenisei is stunned for a moment, then draws a few more lines. By the end of it, her offering is already rather messy, so much so that she stretches out a section of it. Fortunately, Guchen can still read it.
This is Xu, the hexagram of waiting. Though I don't know what could be derived from it. The interpretation is simple. Above is water, the stranded dragon, advising patience. Below is uprightness, which means you will smooth away the obstacles.
Which means...
You will find your water. All you need to do is wait.
Yes, thank you. I didn't know that.
That was so sarcastic. Oh, wow.
As for your hexagram, you have gone across the river. A decision has been made.
I see.
Turns out the divination doesn't help at all.
It does, if you believe in it.
No, I know what you mean. It is exactly how I expected it to be. Thank you, Mr. Gutian.
No need.
And what about you? Have you learned your answer?
It told me to let things be. Since I have left the mountain, I should follow what's inside my mind.
Yuchen turns his head and points his wings towards the path of the mountain.
I remember that at the end of the Peiling River, where the lanterns float, stands a great building. It might be real or illusional. I have seen it many times, yet I have never thought of going there.
The two of them look in the direction pointed out by Gachan, only seeing the jungle into which Junyangzi disappeared and nothing more.
There's nothing there.
I will go anyway.
Then... what about Junangzi? She jumped over the bridge. Is she never coming back?
Gachan doesn't answer. He only shakes his head. All Yenisei can do is glance over to Gachan, filled with unspoken inquiries. Besmer turns towards the distant cliffs and jungle, standing without speaking for a long while, until at last she breaks her silence.
Perhaps we will meet again, one day.
Okay, it's the last story segment. And we were reading from Yenisei's notes. So it's like everything has already happened. The party journeys along the river for a long time, but the night never falls. Most of them are in a hurry to leave, the same desire as before, but now much stronger than ever before. More than enough to bring the long-awaited harmony of a common purpose to the team. And no one dares mention their experience for the rest of the trip.
Let's make camp after we get out of the forest. What do you say?
I'm fine with it. How are you feeling, Mr. Jurian?
I'm fine with that.
A few still harbor lingering curiosity. One they endure for a long time, and until unable to resist, they turn around to see if the ancient city on the mountainside is still in sight. But while this is not a story where those who look back might turn into pillars of salt, there remains no trace of the strange city that should have still been in view. And as they walk onward, the revived river, known as the Peiling-2, has changed its appearance. What?
Madam, the river!
The once wide river invisibly splits into slender tributaries behind them, spread out across the lush spring meadows like a rope net. Even if they wanted to find it, they might never distinguish the one that would lead them back.
What is it?
The compass is working! Great!
Their fellow traveler excitedly raises his hand, briefly blocking Yenisei's gaze from Bismarck. The girl takes advantage of the situation and withdraws the words she cannot say. She only gently shakes her head.
Nothing. Let's move. The compass is working, which means we can rely on the map again.
Oh, that's good. As for the book I'm going to write...
Yes? Have you decided the title?
Yes. I will call it... Notes on Shuori.
Title drop.
Notes on Shuori. Yes, that's the title.
She flips over a page and continues reading.
The title is actually not a good choice for a book on geographical discoveries. On one hand, there is no doubt that Shuori is a difficult word for the target readers of this book. On the other hand, the word notes, in most cases, is used to describe the collections of informal essays. They usually record the daily talks of professional writers, and thus include a variety of ideas and inspirations. As a geographer, however, I don't possess enough knowledge of literature to write the real notes, nor does the assistant who takes dictations from me, unfortunately. Even so, we have decided to use these words for the title. Postscript. The title has also been included in the first draft we sent to the editors of Motherland Documentary and the Department of Publication Review. The next page is missing. Let me see. Oh, found it. June 4. Sunny. I never knew the journey back to Omsk would take so long. My assistant and I set off from Yekaterinburg last year, and we didn't arrive until now. In Omsk, we met the governor again. I left him some drafts of this book in return for the help from the local Scientific Research Association. Those drafts have recorded the steppe ecosystem around the Om River in detail. For example, before we arrived in Omsk, we followed a herd of sheep across the river. The wool on their tails was apparently matted. I recorded this detail because the way they crossed the water was almost a miracle. It is known to all that sheep can be easily drowned because their thick wool holds them back in water. Yet, things seemed different for those sheep. They had been trained by the local herders and were able to cross the river swiftly, as if they were only several balls of cotton floating on the water.
When they came to the shore, I noticed that their hooves were in the shape of a round cake, with one slice missing.
Yes, Miss Radio.
They climbed out of the water with their little cake hooves, shook themselves dry, and continued on to the next pasture, never hesitant to go forward, never looking back. Seeing all these, I hope I would be as determined as these sheep in my future journey. Today's article was an extract from a geographic manuscript from St. Pavlov Foundation Far East Branch, recorded by Yenisei.
Wait, this is never... That was never in the beginning. It's like... it's like when I started like streaming the event, I was like, okay, so for this event there's no like representative for the for the foundation, because for every event there was like there was at least like Verton or probably regulars, and then there's also like Matilda, and it's like I thought that there was like no foundation representative in this event, and then it just freaking drop like at the end of the event that Yenisei was part of the foundation, but in a different branch. Like, oh, holy shit. I'm pretty sure this wasn't mentioned in the beginning. Oh dear.
Next is the news broadcast.
Then we're back into Verton's POV.
Miss Radio?
Yes, I'm here.
What time is it now?
It's 4:15 p.m.
The nap went on a little longer than I thought.
Yes. How are you feeling?
I think I had a dream. Many animals were jumping over a broken bridge.
I read you a story which has zebras and sheep in it.
Zebras and sheep? I don't remember that.
Excuse me? Is Timekeeper in the room?
Oh, Sanaka.
I am.
May I come in? There is something I need to confirm with you.
I'm sorry. Who's that?
It's me, Zetto.
I might have taken too long a nap. Never mind. Please, come in.
Timekeeper, you don't look very well. Are you alright?
It's okay. I had a weird dream. What's going on?
Oh, it's a letter from the Foundation. A colleague from the Russian branch was transferred to the headquarters today. She has shown a strong willingness to perform long-term field missions. Thus, the headquarters intends to transfer her to the Timekeeper squad. Would you have a meeting with her? It is said that she is experienced in geographical exploration and survival in the wilderness. She could be a great helper.
Wait, so apparently her quote-unquote lake, Yenisei's quote-unquote lake, is like the Timekeepers. They used to call this something at like chapter 4. How would they call Vertin's branch again? Damn, I can't remember. But I guess they're calling it Timekeeper Squad, like here.
Geographical exploration? What's her name?
Please hold on. Let me check her file here. And her name is... Yenisei.
Knew it. The after report has begun. That is right. Okay, that is the event of that is the end of Notes on Shuori event. Now it's 23 long chapter. Okay, I think I'll end the stream now. I don't want to stream. I don't want to stream again later, but probably have other other stuff I need to attend to. So yeah, I am. Thank you for dropping by. At least. Thank you for the visits. And yeah, Zetto is out. I'll see you in another stream. Bye bye.